Good morning. I'd like to call the Finance, Ways and Means Committee to order for February 28th, 2022. We may have some people wandering the halls looking for us. Normally we are in House Hearing Room 1, but we've been booted today and because of GovOps. So we may have some stragglers. If you're in the hallway, this is where we are. Are there any personal orders or announcements? Seeing none. We have budget hearings scheduled, as I think everyone is well aware today. And first up, and they're already have taken their places at the starting gate, ready for the pistol shot to go. But we're grateful to have the Department of Economic and Community Development here. We will, where's our clerk? Oh, there's our clerk. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Representatives Campbell, Camper, Crawford, Faison, Freeman, Gant, Garrett, Gillespie, Hawk, Hicks, Lamar, Lamberth, Lynn, Miller, Ogles, Sexton, Shaw, Sparks, Todd, Whitson, Williams, Wendell, Zachary, Vice Chairman Baum, Chair Lady Hazelwood. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we will go out of session, and we will hear from Commissioner Roth and his team from the Department of Economic and Community Development. It's early on Monday. I've only had one cup of coffee, so I apologize. Commissioner Roth.
Thank you.
And members, your this information is on your dashboard.
Good morning, and thank you very much. As the chair said, my name is Bobby Roth, and I have the great privilege of working with a great team of 100 colleagues at ECD every day. And so what we're going to present to you this morning is not only our budget as proposed by Governor Lee and F&A, but also a report card to give you an update on some of our key indicators. And I just want to say at the outset, this is the work of, again, this team. And so to my immediate left is Brianna Moore, and Brianna is ECD's budget director. To Brianna's left is Paul Vandermeer. Paul is our assistant commissioner of administration. To my immediate right is Alan Borden, our deputy commissioner responsible for business development and a whole host of other important initiatives. And then to his far immediate right is Jessica Johnson, our senior fiscal policy advisor. So, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to maybe go through, it's all of about 7 or 8 pages or a presentation, and then we'll certainly entertain any and all questions. I've not only the 5 of us here seated, but we've got a couple of our other outstanding colleagues that are here to answer any and all questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we will wait patiently through your presentation and hold our questions. Thank you.
We will be very brief, and so with that, right there. Okay, what you have before you is our, this slide reflects the summary of our FY23 recurring and non-recurring costs increases, and of course the first and foremost is our fast track. That is I love to say, our bucket of gold that provides us the incentives to allow us to be competitive. And just I want to share with you that, as you know today, as has been the case for the last several years, every project is competitive, and we're competing typically against states that are contiguous to our state. And then our second large bucket is our REO fund. That's our Rural Economic Opportunity Fund. And the proposed request there is $26 million. Fast Track's $103 million. And then this is a new program that the General Assembly initiated last year. This is a Historic Development Grant Program, which we'll talk about. That's $10 million. And then the Launch TN grant, $95,600 for a total cost increase of $146,095,600. As far as supplemental request, we have none today for you. As far as reduction plan, We do not, no reductions were accepted in our recommended budget by the governor's office. Now to what we will call, this is ECD's report card, and we attempted to generate certainly some great data points and also be able to tell hopefully a very successful story. And I'll just also say that I think half of the success that we have been able to celebrate is a byproduct of the great work of the General Assembly and the policies of the General Assembly that allow our state to be so attractive to so many companies. And so what you'll see here is a snapshot of the last 5 years. I'm certainly not going to go through all of the data points. I would ask you to, 2020 was a very interesting year. As we all know, the world truly did just about stop. And at the same time, we were able to at least hold our own. But what was so exciting for our department and our business is January 1 of 2021, it's like the lights all came back on. And what I mean by that is these companies woke up and realized that the world truly is going to move forward. And not only that, but the demand for goods and services are going to outstrip what everybody had envisioned. And so we were off to the races in 2021. A couple of, I think, very interesting data points that would be, so if you just look at a normal average, about 124 projects each year. These are projects where ECD offers incentives representing about 18,500 net new jobs and over $5 billion of CapEx. So that would be the average going back the last 5 years. What's interesting about this also is when you look at 2021, we were at 127 projects. As you'll note, 17,400 jobs, but the CapEx is continuing to rise. And so what we're seeing is more robotics, more automation, more technology. And that's really the world that we're moving toward. And I'm the last one that certainly wants to see jobs become robots. At the same time, it's the robotics that works nights, weekends, holidays, that don't have the challenges of COVID, for example, and at the same time, it requires a higher skilled person to operate those robotics. So there is a win there. What you'll also note is where we've had some challenges as far as hitting all of our major initiatives is our foreign direct investment. And unfortunately, when the borders closed, that really diminished the opportunity to recruit great foreign direct investment companies. But to give you a sense, historically, 1 out of 3 projects that we would incent were from companies that we call FDI companies, foreign direct investment companies that are coming to the U.S. These are companies that say, you know what, if we're going to sell in North America, we're going to build it in the U.S. And so we have historically been very successful there. The great news is while the borders were closed, Alan Borden and I just came back last week from our first international trip to Europe, and we'll talk about that here in a few minutes. But the great news is that world is opening up again. I think also an important data point, 47% of the projects have located in our rural communities. And then, of course, the data point that's really important is in the small footnote at the bottom, and that's in 2021, over 90% of the projects were projects for companies that paid at least the county median wage. And you're going to say, well, Bobby, why is that important? That's one of Governor Bill Lee's requests to our team is if we're going to use state tax dollars, let's make sure that we're good stewards of those dollars, and let's make sure that we're appropriately incenting. And you're going to say, well, why did we not have 100% batting, or 1,000% batting average there? We've got a couple of outliers, Amazon being one, and this is in no way a negative reflection, but last year they built 3 e-fulfillment centers. These are hundreds of millions of dollars as investment. They put 1 in each Grand Division, and these are hundreds of jobs in each Grand Division. But they were not excited about us telling them where they should pay their people. Now, the great news is that's all changed. So while they came to us and their incentives that they had filled out in their AFI showed wages below the county median wage, that's all taking care of itself today. But nonetheless, we report it as presented to us. So, and again, they're a great client, so we must be mindful. But I want you to know that when it comes to those companies that do propose wages below the county median wage, the amount of the incentive is dramatically reduced. Talking about the year, and you can see we collectively, we the state, we the General Assembly, we ECD, the executive branch, had a terrific year. And it really, the largest project by jobs is Oracle, and that was announced last summer, and that's going to be 8,500. That's going to be 8,500 great jobs. This is over the next 8 years. And what we're excited about there is Oracle's going to invest $1.4 billion of their own capital in our state. And then followed by the Ford Motor Company Blue Oval project that was announced in September, 5,760 jobs, and that's over in West Tennessee at the Memphis Regional Mega Site. And then going back, we have Amazon on here because, again, at the time, that was our largest project with 5,000 jobs here in Nashville. But as I mentioned to you a few minutes ago, since then, they have built 3 great e-fulfillment centers across all 3 grand divisions. With respect to capital, this is another record-breaking moment, the $5.6 billion. Again, that's Blue Oval at Ford Motor Company, SKI, and that project. Followed by Ultium Cells. This is the EV battery manufacturing facility, which is under construction in Spring Hill, $2.4 million. Just by the way of, that is a joint venture between General Motors and LG Energy Solutions out of South Korea. Followed by GM, their new Cadillac Lyriq, they're going to basically spend another $2 billion in Spring Hill. So again, a very successful year. I think what we're excited about is not only did we have some great record-setting projects, but we had a whole host of projects. These were just simply some of the highlights of the larger ones. I'd like to flip to our rural initiatives and just say to you that we're grateful that this is an initiative that goes back to 2017, and this was before I arrived, but what is important to note here is this is an initiative led by Brooksy Carlton, who is our Assistant Commissioner of Rural and Community Development. And this is to create tools in our toolbox to help our rural communities that may not be right next to one of our large urban communities. And this is an opportunity to be creative because even some of the most beautiful sites, and we have a lot of them, if that location in that park is not within a 15-minute or 20-minute drive to the interstate, no matter how great that could be a community with hundreds of PhDs, so the greatest workforce. But if that community is not closely aligned with either rail or barge or interstate systems, that just unfortunately is not, there's just a lot of work there. So the real leading initiative inside of the RIO program is what we call our site development program. So this is a bucket of gold that we score, and communities will apply for these grant dollars. And these dollars are used to invest in their local industrial parks. So think of a park that may need either an extra couple of hundred acres to expand because they're out of space, or they may need a larger water or wastewater utility, but think of it as infrastructure needs. And so that has been a fantastic tool, and we'll talk about those results here in a minute. What I think is also important to note is since 2017, the number of distressed counties, we're down to 9. Now, our goal, when I arrived, they had a goal of 0. I'm not sure we're going to get to 0, but I can tell you I never dreamed we would go from 19 to 9. And just so you know, these are federal data points that determine, and we talk about distressed counties, this is the bottom 10%, the least prosperous counties across the 3,500 counties across the U.S. So think of this as we have 9 that are in that bottom 10%, and that's based on all federal data. That's poverty level, that's unemployment, and I think it's also net capital per person as far as wages. So we're very excited about that. And then you guys know, thanks to your great leadership, the broadband initiative, we know how successful that has been and continues to be. And then we've got a couple of secondary programs that, again, these are smaller programs, but they're opportunities for the local rural communities to continue to invest in their community. This site development program, you can see the data here. I think it really speaks for itself, but I can just tell you 63 counties have participated over $40 million in funding, and we've identified 11 projects that have been tied to these site development grant programs, 4,400 jobs, $1.3 billion. Very, very excited about this program, and the governor has increased that for this coming 2023 year. Also, the Historic Development Grant Program, and this is to restore these buildings that are historical and across more times than not while there is some urban, it's really for our rural communities. And you can see there, I'm not going to read that slide for you, but we are focused on that program. The great news is that last year was its first year. It was very successful, and you can see there that in 2022, we had $10.8 million of funding requests, and we were able to successfully award 44% of those applicants. So we're, again, asking for an increase there. And then our entrepreneur and small business ecosystem, this is under the Launch Tennessee, and this is Abby Trotter is our interim CEO, but you can see here some data points that we wanted to highlight for you to let you know this is part of that small ecosystem. These are the toughest opportunities, and I say that to you for those that are in the world of startup. Starting that business typically happens in the basement, and then two people move to the garage, maybe four to go to the living room, and then this thing takes off. And as I think about our greatest story when it comes to entrepreneurialism is a company called FedEx. And as you guys know today, that's a Fortune 50 company that is Memphis headquartered. 35,000 Tennesseans go to work there every day. So that is anecdotally one of the great success stories, and we have many to talk about there. So, Madam Chair, I've done my best to be as concise as possible. As I said at the outset, I've got great colleagues here to answer any and all questions, and we look forward to those questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate your conciseness and the work that you do. There's a tremendous amount of investment, as your slides show, that has happened in Tennessee, and I think we all recognize that that just didn't happen. There was a lot of work that generated that investment and those jobs. So thank you for the work of your team. Before we get started with the other questions, just while it's on my mind, the last slide when you talked about the small business ecosystem, one of the things that I've been very interested in for quite some time is the SBIR matching grant program. And can you just speak a little bit more to that and whether or not appreciate the investment, and it's a great ROI when you look at the dollars invested versus the dollars returned to in the state. But are we doing enough with those dollars? Are we providing the kind of support and resources to the companies out there that would be eligible for these funding, or is that a place that we really need to give some more attention?
Well, as you know, this is this world of the early ecosystem. This is this entrepreneurial world. And I think the short answer is, with the dollars that you allot to us, we, Launch Tennessee, they have done a terrific job. So we're tied to that basically it's a 501c3. But as you know, Launch Tennessee, a super majority of their budget is funded, thanks to you, through ECD. Lamont Price and Paul and a couple of other colleagues work with them on a daily basis. The program you're speaking of has been very successful because this is the opportunity for either $100 or $300 grants and the beauty about this is a federal program, and so the federal program leads first, and the federal program basically calls balls and strikes. And what I mean by that is we're not in there picking winners. That's the federal program. They go through the process. And then for projects located in Tennessee, we match our dollars. And last year, $7 million, I think, was matched 3-1. So there's great leverage there. So $21 million federal dollars, $7 million Tennessee dollars. So that'll give you a flavor for the importance of that program. At the same time, I think there are other ideas and other programs that certainly have shown pathways to success in other states, but I can say for the moment that is our best shot on goal to make sure that we are supporting that entrepreneurial ecosystem. And so a lot of those dollars also are spent across the 7 regional entrepreneur centers that are located across the state. So we're helping those ecosystems in those 7 communities as well as this SBIR grant program.
All right, and I guess the follow-up question I would have on the feds determined, who's going to get funded. As you say, they call the balls and strikes. But are we able to, with the monies that we're providing, are we able to match those for every grantee in Tennessee that the feds have said, you are eligible, this is a great project, or are there companies out there that we are not being able to get resources to?
Madam Chair, I cannot answer that specifically. I can say, though, that any dollars that you put toward this program is going to continue to allow that ecosystem to thrive. And I think another way to say that is, of the $7 million, was there demand for $15 million or $20 million? And I think directionally, I can just say that there is always demand. And so what I can't tell you is, when it comes to broadband, we can tell you exactly how many homes do not have broadband service, and we all want to aspire to light up. So I can't tell you exactly what the insatiable appetite is, but I can simply say that that $7 million is quickly used each year.
All right, thank you. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Commissioner, you and your staff. Thank you so much. In fact, if I ever have to make any recommendations for you, I'm going to ask the governor to hire everybody with a boot on his foot. I make that joke because when I first met you, you had a boot on your foot. We met the first day you came here, and I appreciate the hard work that you do. My questions is around the mega site. Naturally, I'm really excited about that project. It's right in our back door, and hopefully I'll have the privilege of representing that area. What is the status of joint venture? It's two-part venture, that is, a two-part question, and are there additional industries which have been attracted to build on the mega site?
Representative Shaw, thank you. And for those of you that don't know, the first day I did join the state, which is actually 5 years ago tomorrow, I had foot surgery, and so we were celebrating the LG Electronics win, I believe, in Clarksville. That was a big, and so there was a celebration, and I stood in the corner in my first day, scared to death, like your mother dropping you off in kindergarten. And so Johnny Shaw just was very nice to me, and I will always love you for that, friend. So more than you asked for. But so the Blue Oval. The great news is a lot of progress has been made. As you know, the new Industrial Authority, the new board, we've now met twice, as recently as, I believe, 2 weeks ago. And so Ford Motor Company plans to start moving dirt in March, so in the next couple of weeks. The SK joint venture for the electric battery, I believe, has been signed. So the JV they have committed the resources. What I can't tell you right now is how quickly the battery plant will begin construction, but I do know that the way the relationship between SKI, this is a South Korean conglomerate, SK Innovations is one of these great global companies that are involved, and they have the domain expertise for these batteries. So when you think of the electric vehicle transformation that we're all experiencing, as you know, think of the battery as the engine. So the old internal combustion engine took the car wherever it needed to be. Today, in the new world, it's about the battery. And so they are moving along as we understand it. Those are the two data points to know. I think your other question is, how are we coming along with the other suppliers that we anticipate? And I can tell you, Alan Borden has been very busy with his team. A couple of those companies have initiated good conversation, and I think we're just at the big starting gate. Because now remember, the 4,100 megasite acres, 3,500 have basically been carved out for Ford Motor Company, the battery joint venture with SKI, and then the supplier park. And for those of you that have been to down to Chattanooga to the VW, this is kind of the new world. And it used to be in just-in-time manufacturing, the suppliers were within a 60-minute drive of wherever their customer was. Today, it's 60 seconds, and that's probably not close enough. So what we anticipate is not only the great OEM, it's going to build the F-150 series electric truck, but the battery plant, and then we think 10 to 12 suppliers at a minimum will be also joining that campus.
Representative Shaw, you recognize.
Thank you. Just quickly, so 10 or 12, you think 10 or 12
At
additional suppliers will land there? Do we know who they are? Have we got any inkling who those suppliers will be?
We do not know exactly, but I can tell you anecdotally, we could. Now, we're under NDAs, sir, so I want to be mindful of what we can and cannot publicly announce. But we're aware of a couple of really good Tier 1 suppliers, and also we're aware of some activity that is not going to take place on the mega site, but suppliers that are going to be within close proximity to the mega site.
Can you explain the accountability and clawback provisions that have been put in place regarding the $5 million in the capital grant?
Yes, sir. So there's a capital grant that the General Assembly, thanks to your approval, is a $500 million incentive grant. And so that will go to help offset the $5.6 or $7 billion capital investment. And so, yes, sir, there is an accountability agreement that is, we think, as close to being airtight to make sure that we protect the taxpayer dollars. And I can say that to you because it's a very complicated agreement. And so the Industrial Development Authority received a copy of the lease, of which it has various attachments to it. But the short answer is Ford Motor Company and their joint venture and affiliates have to deliver 90% of the jobs, of the 5,760 jobs, and they have 8 to 10 years. And then at the end of that time, if they have delivered less jobs on that anniversary date, below 90%, there are financial clawbacks. So we have protected the state, and I can just promise you that we hired the best outside counsel along with our great inside general counsel to make sure. And what I think you're probably, the other extreme was what happened in Memphis years ago with the Electrolux when there were no accountability agreements, guys. And after 6 years, they woke up and said, well, we're going to move our plant and our facilities and take everything to another location. The great news is they came to Springfield, Tennessee, but it was no net new jobs. But if you can think of the world and how we did business 12 years ago versus the world and how we transact business today, it's night and day, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you don't mind, I'd like to go back and forth with 2 or 3 questions, just in the interest of time. Thank you. I know in the deal we approved last fall for the mega site, we also included $5 million for some consulting grants for the local communities there to utilize. I wanted to see if you could give us an update on the status for that, for those planning grants.
Yes, sir. So, Chairman, I'm going to ask Brooksy. Brooksy Carlton, as I mentioned, is our Assistant Commissioner for Rural and Community Development. And just as an aside for the history of that, while that was not part of our deal that we had negotiated with Ford Motor Company, this was something the governor's office thought would be very helpful. So this is an extra $5 million that you were kind enough to support to help with the planning process for basically all the communities that are going to be within probably a 30 to 45-minute radius. So, Brooksy, please update.
Yes, sir. We have an RFP that is going through the approval process right now to hire a consultant to do those plans. We're going to focus on things like land use planning, population projections. Water and sewer planning is really big for those communities, especially regional water and sewer planning, and schools, how the Blue Oval City will impact their school systems. So we are planning to hire this spring a consultant or a group of consultants to do those plans for the communities. And our plan is over the next year or so is to have about 60 of those plans completed for communities around the mega site.
Okay, thank you for that. Will it utilize the entire $5 million?
There's some of that $5 million that was set aside for legal expenses for the mega site authority. So we're planning to put $4.5 million is what we put in there.
Okay. I had assumed when we approved that that was going to be for those individual communities to kind of hire their own or get pooled together, but this is done through your department?
Yes, sir. We decided to do it that way just to kind of help with quality control, making sure that we got a really good consultant on board who could handle those plans and could think holistically about the region. If we were thinking about regional water and sewer, we wanted somebody, the same person to be thinking about what the region's going to look like and what water and sewer is going to look like instead of having a whole bunch of different consultants with a bunch of different kind of planning theories.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've mentioned some of the concerns that have already been expressed, I'm sure, from the local communities. One of the things that I've been most concerned about is the immediate need for RV parking. Most of these contractors that are coming in are going to be in RVs. And I don't know of very many spaces out there, and have been a little surprised when I've asked questions of TDEC to see what inquiries have been made, that they really hadn't had any inquiries about what the local capacity is for wastewater, because wastewater and water are generally the restricting factors on those. So I would have thought that would have been work done 5 or 6 months ago. So I'm hoping there's something going on with that would be an expedited program. Maybe that's at the top of the list, I would hope. For those consultants to get on yesterday so that those needs can be met, because they're going to have to park somewhere, and there's not enough hotels. They're going to need RV parking. So I'm hoping that you've got something working there. Do you have a comment on that?
I don't have much of an update on that. Wallbridge is kind of taking that on. Wallbridge is the main contractor on the site, and they, as far as I have heard, they are kind of passing that responsibility down to their subcontractors to figure out where people are going to be. But construction is supposed to kick off in March and then really ramp up this summer. So there is an immediate need to find housing for those construction workers. But there honestly is not a great solution for where those folks can go, because there is not a lot of RV parking or temporary spaces. So I think that's one of the things that is keeping the mayors up at night. But there's also not a quick fix for getting sewer available in the next couple of months for those. So I think there will be a lot of people commuting from Memphis and areas around there.
I have begun the conversations with TDEC along that lines a couple of months ago, and they're getting a report together to share with you guys and with me about what the capacities are, what the limitations are of those current systems out there, and as well as planted the seed for the ability to pump and haul so that they could collect on a site and not have to worry about piping it somewhere. And so they're at least primed for that, so those conversations can continue. My last question is involving child care. And I know y'all been working with the Department of Human Services to help with the child care agencies and create more available child care opportunities in the rural communities. Is the mega site a location that ECD and DHS plan to focus on in the coming years?
Okay, so Brooks, I'll take that if that's okay. So the short answer is, when it comes to child care for use on the mega site, That would be Ford Motor Company, SK Innovations. They would be responsible to decide just how robust of a child care center, but that would be up to them. And then to the extent that there is a demand that's going to far exceed supply, my sense is the local communities will be responsible for hopefully delivering child care options for these workers. My sense is initially that you'll see a major commute pattern coming from Jackson and probably from Memphis. And then over time, as those communities develop, perhaps you'll have a more robust single-family and multifamily housing in those neighborhoods that will, I think, grow up over time. And probably the best example would be Spring Hill. And if you know, that was a community 40 years ago of about 4,000 people, about an hour from Nashville. Today, it's about 40,000 people, and obviously connected to Nashville like it's around the corner. We think over time that perhaps Blue Oval will have hopefully the same kind of feel to it.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner and staff. It's always good to see you. Thank you for what you're doing for our state. I just had a question. I think the budget, FY23 budget, includes a little over $100 million for fast track grants, jobs for TN monies. I guess the question would be, over the years, we've done a pretty good job of meeting up with the goals as it relates to those capital investments. My question is, how are we doing with that, and do you expect that to continue in the coming year as it relates to that $103
Yes, sir.
million?
So very good. Thank you, Chairman Williams. Historically, for the sake of the conversation, our fast track, as we call our bucket of gold, when we incent a project, it's based on the number of net new jobs that are being presented to us for that project. Mm-hmm. And then there's CapEx, and then there are the wages. Mm-hmm. And then there's also another category. Is the project going to be in one of our Tier 3 communities or our Tier 4 communities? And I'll come back to that. Mm-hmm. But we take that data, and then we look at what we've provided for like projects. And for the sake of this discussion, think of the average cost per job of about $6,000. And so if you recruit 20,000 jobs, that's $120 million. And so that's really kind of the 30,000-foot data point. More recently, under Governor Lee, when it comes to projects that are either in what we call at-risk counties, it's a multiplier effect. So if we were going to give that or provide a grant for $1 for a job, it would be $1.35 to locate in that Tier 3. If it is a distressed, that's for the at-risk, $1.35. If it's distressed, it's $1.50. So we've got what I'll call some super-sized incentives, and that's probably, it's not super-sized, but it's an additional incentive to get some of these companies to make sure they look at our more rural communities. And so the short answer is $100 to $115 million. The great answer, Chairman Williams, is we've never run out of money. And that's been in thanks to you guys, because I can promise you the day that we do run out of money will be the day that's used against us with these competing states that are, as I said, every project is ultra competitive.
Thank you. As a follow-up, do you think that the Ford getting this great for our state, but my assumption is that they were more at risk than most of, and them being a large number of employees, does it skew the numbers, if you will, as it relates to urban versus rural?
Yes, sir.
Or do you see it? Do we measure it on a jobs basis?
So for again, this is our ECD fast track bucket. That capital grant resides in a separate bucket. And if you said, what is $500 million, which was our total capital grant, divided by 5,700, it was like 80-some-odd thousand dollars. Okay. And so we have, with the blessings of the General Assembly, now, Alan, 6 or 7 or 8 capital grants for these supersized projects over the last 10 or 12 years that are outliers. But again, that's a separate track for approval, and that comes directly to the General Assembly to be approved separately as a capital grant based on an individual project.
So finally, of the fast track monies that going forward in that $103 million for FY23, do you expect any of those resources will be available to Ford, or have we completed our
We've
decision?
exhausted it to Ford.
Okay.
Yes, sir, and SK and their affiliates. Now, if it is an independent supplier, those dollars would be in play, Alan, wherever they would locate across our state, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciate the work you're doing. If we all just had Alan Borden whispering in our ear, we'd be fine. But thank you for your team's work.
Agreed, sir.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, team, good morning. As we've been sitting here talking, before I get to my questions, we're coming out of a 23-month pandemic, and to look at what the state has done, Ford, Oracle, and the many other projects, Smith & Wesson in Blount County and East Tennessee, many projects that don't get the notoriety. It's a significant credit to you and your team that we as a state are able to accomplish those things in a worldwide pandemic. So with all sincerity, thank you to what you and your team have done.
Thank you, Chairman.
3 questions, 3 different topics. One, and this came up during your conversation with Representative Shaw as Chairman Williams and I were discussing. Can you explain a little bit what the state's involvement is with the 12 additional entities that could be coming to the mega site? What does that
Yes,
look
sir.
like?
So the great news is those projects will stand on their own. And what I mean by that is it'll be incumbent upon our team to put forth our own incentives to recruit those projects. Now, they won't be, I don't think they're going to certainly be of quality of size and of CapEx. So that would fall into probably, I'll just call those normal projects. And when I say normal projects, 100 to 200 to 300 jobs, CapEx from 10 million to 100 million, and certainly very competitive wages. And so the beauty about the wages for the moment that we're excited about is, as we know in West Tennessee, one of our challenges when it comes to wages is when we're so successful with third-party logistics. Third-party logistics, unfortunately, does not carry the wage levels that advanced manufacturing carry. And so at least Ford Motor Company has shared with us where they think their wages are going to begin, and they are 150 to 180% of what the wage rates are in and around that community. So that's all to say that we envision, as we're recruiting new companies, that they're going to bring great wages, okay? So that's going to be a win for the Tennessee worker. When it comes to the recruiting, we will treat those projects that are non-Ford related, non-SKI, non-affiliated, like we recruit and approach every project. So Al and his team will have a formulary based on the number of jobs, CapEx, et cetera. So that, and then also there will be a payment in lieu of tax likely incentive. So now, as you know, the state owns the 4,100-acre site, and there are 0 taxes being generated and have been since the state owned the asset. Ford Motor Company and SKI over a 30-year period will pay about $265 million of payments that'll go to the local communities. We'll have a same program where we'll ask these companies that come to the mega site to also have a pilot program. So we'll be generating additional revenue. The state doesn't envision capturing that. It's a pass-through to the local communities to pay for schools and sidewalks and health care and education and those kinds of things. So again, think of it as outside of Ford, SK Innovations, we will be recruiting any and all project using the same, I would say, best foot forward approach that's created the success that we've been able to generate.
A couple more, Madam Chair, if I may. Shifting to broadband. I can't let you go without talking about broadband. Yes, I'm on business and utilities, and we've already started to see bills come through related to expansion of utilities. And the conversation has already started with one bill in particular about underserved versus unserved, and that conversation that you and I have had many times. I think the important piece of that is the broadband connectivity map that you guys are working on. Can you give us an update on that? Because I think that's an important piece for us to be able to identify the areas in the state where we truly are unserved versus underserved.
So, Chairman, let me take 30,000. I'm going to ask Brooksy. I can just say I think it's one of the really good initiatives. The problem is historically we rely on FCC mapping, and we've discovered that it's inaccurate on a good day, okay? So the great news is we're going to be spending dollars to basically map the state with our own independent consultant. I can just tell you that today about 450,000 Tennesseans still do not have what you would call adequate broadband. And so, Brooksy, what else? I know the timing's this year, but would you comment on this mapping, please?
Yes, sir. The map is almost ready. We should have that out for public comment period, which is a big part of the mapping. So we should have that ready in the next about 6 weeks. And then the public comment period will be a couple months long. We know, again, we kind of started with the FCC map, and then our Connected Nation, our partner that's doing the map, did a ton of data collection, so they've added in a lot of information. But the public comment period is what's going to get us an accurate map. So we will have that open for a couple months. We'll be reaching out to you all, to your constituents, to help us get more information to make that map more accurate. And then we'll kind of have our final map this fall. And we're going to keep up with that map as well. We'll keep adding data to the map.
Great, thank you. One more, Madam Chair, and I'll be done. Last question related to the fast track infrastructure development program and the local grants that are being awarded. I believe there was a $467 million carryover from fiscal year 22. Can you speak to some of the details of the program and then why there was that large carryover?
It's a great question, and I'm going to ask Paul Vandermeer, but let me at least at 30,000 feet. Those dollars have been committed, and just in some cases, the dollars haven't been drawn down. So just think of that it's not like there's a bucket of gold that we can all, I say we at ECD, can scoop in and reallocate, but it's in a couple of different buckets. And Paul Vandermeer, if you'll please, now come to 20,000 feet, not 100 feet, please, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, sir. Those dollars were basically all committed. We had 170 million of that was for things that had already been contracted, so they were balances of contracts, fast-track contracts that we still owed. We had another 103 million that was for projects that had announced they had landed, but we just had not gotten contracted yet, so we were obligated there. And then we had another $192 million that was out in terms of commitments to companies where we had not gotten decisions back from companies whether they would take those or not, but they were committed dollars at that point. So basically all those funds were committed. As we go through this year, if any of the companies that we had offers out to, if they decide that they're not going to come to Tennessee, those go back into the bucket for us to be able to recommit to projects that we're working today.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just for a moment to go back to the mega site, there was conversation, Chairman Todd asked about facilities for the construction crews and all that are going to begin working. I think there was comment made that the construction is really going to ramp up in March, which is tomorrow. So can you give us any indication to date of how many of those jobs are going to be Tennesseans? How many are going to be being pulled in from other states?
All right, I'll take that, Madam Chair. So the short answer is Ford Motor Company has engaged a Michigan-based large construction company that builds plants all over the globe. And so in our early conversations, we shared our lack of infrastructure is going to be a challenge for everybody until the infrastructure is built out. That didn't seem to bother them at all. So they have started the process. I think they've had 2 contractor fairs in Memphis. I can't tell you the exact outcome. I can tell you that we do have some frustrated Tennessee companies that either were not invited to bid or when they opened those bids were not engaged. At the same time, we don't dictate to companies, whether it's Ford, SKI, or any of the other thousands of companies, who they contract with, what the wages are, whether they are union, non-union. We just have historically not inserted ECD because what we've discovered is in other states that do insert themselves, they are quickly delisted by the companies or in the down selection process.
Thank you. I have a follow-up, but Leader Lambert, I think you have a question.
Do just to follow up on this, and Commissioner, I've asked this privately, so I'd like to ask and get the public answer on the record here. Isn't it true that we actually don't keep up with the exact number of Tennesseans that are hired on construction projects? Not only do we not require it, but we don't keep those numbers internally. I know I've asked for that in the past, and that information is not available. Is that fair enough to say?
Yes, sir, Leader Lambert. We, again, stay out of what we ask the company to do is annually provide reporting. Again, this isn't construction or pre-construction. This is once the project is built, where we're using these Tennessee taxpayer dollars, and we follow those metrics that are reported on an annual basis. But we truly do not get into, nor do we track, to the answer to your question about construction.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And again, I'm extremely glad that you went down this road, Madam Chairman, because, you know, you guys have an enormous number of victories over the past several years. Y'all have done nothing but hit home runs. But one of the things that has been lacking is an understanding of how many of these construction jobs go to not only Tennessee companies, but Tennesseans. Not forcing that, but it would be nice at some juncture to at least know on the back end how many of our Tennessee construction companies in so many different areas had at least an opportunity there. And if long-term we see that that is lacking, then that may be something we want to address. Long-term, we may see that there's no problem there, but without keeping up with the numbers, none of us actually know. So just a point to think about.
So, Leader, if I could answer that in two ways. When it comes to construction projects in the more metropolitan areas, there is a construction labor force built into those communities. Our challenge here is we have one of our most rural communities, and so there is no data. You know, the winners will be likely companies that are probably in Memphis, probably established construction companies in Jackson. So that will be where those subcontractors will likely come from. We're playing beyond construction. And what I mean by that is we're playing for those permanent jobs for Tennesseans and also the entire support and ancillary services that are going to be supporting that plant, right? You're going to spend $5.7 billion, but you're going to need a whole host of small and medium-sized businesses to support everything that goes on those campuses. So we're really focused and excited about that. But you do raise a great question.
Representative Shaw, did you have a follow-up on this issue?
I did, Madam Chair, but if I could take a moment of personal privilege, my county mayor just stepped in with, I believe, 4 of his county commissioners, and I'd like to y'all to help me make welcome County Mayor Jimmy Sain and county commissioners from Hardeman County. Thank you, and Brooksy, I want to go back to what you said when Representative Todd was speaking about. You talked about those grants. Here's what I've heard from the mayors is why they're holding them so long, because it's kind of like we got to get ready for this big investment. So how do we get ready if you hold those grants back so long? Can you speak to that?
Yes, sir. We're moving about as quick as the contracting process at the state will allow us to. I know that some of the communities have already engaged their own contractors to do planning. And so what we have told them is we can't reimburse them for anything that they've already done, but we can help them build off of those plans. So if they have kind of a water or sewer plan in mind, then we can help with this funding to help do some of the engineering to get those plans moving forward. So we want to build off what they're already doing, and we will prioritize the communities that are closest to the mega site and that will have the most immediate impacts as some of the first ones to get the plans when we get the funding in place.
And Commissioner, you talked about the local communities getting these tax incentives. Can you just briefly talk a little more about that? I didn't quite, yes.
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. So, Representative Shaw, the short answer is this is a normal local incentive in a lot of projects. So think of, and I'm just anecdotally going to, but I want to paint the picture so everybody will hopefully understand this. A project is going to come to your community, and as a local incentive, you reduce as the local community their taxes, and I'm talking about property, real and personal taxes, okay? And so we've seen them as long as 20 or 30 years, and some pilot programs are 5 years. And so when a company comes to that community, for the sake of the conversation, that asset generates no income taxes because it's perhaps farmland or it is part of an industrial park that has no tenant. And then they make a capital investment, the company does, and then that generates taxes locally on an annual basis, like we all pay our own or our own taxes for our homes. So think of that as how that's set up. What communities will do is they will reduce the taxes as an incentive. And so that generates, again, if you cut your taxes in half, if you owed $1 and the company paid 50 cents, the company saves 50 cents and the community receives 50 cents that it wouldn't have otherwise received. So it's a very popular and normal tool to recruit what we would call extraordinary projects. Because the state owns this asset and it's generated zero tax dollars, what we've asked Ford Motor Company and SKI is to pay annually dollars in lieu of what would be a normal property tax assessment. And so we take we, meaning the industrial board, will ultimately, when those dollars come in on an annual basis, will make the decision. But typically, the dollars go to the county where the asset was being constructed. But I'm not here to address how the industrial board will make those decisions, but that's how it has historically worked.
All right, Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to shift topics a little bit. The Film and Television Incentive Program, what's the status of that fund? And do you foresee any appropriations needed to sustain those grants?
Sure. So, Representative Freeman, and for those, the Tennessee Entertainment Commission is another leg of our stool. And so this is this resides inside of ECD. The executive director is a guy named Bob Raines. Bob's been the executive director for years. It's been very powerful and successful. It has had funding that in some years, back when the show Nashville was here, the state appropriated $8 to $10 or $12 million for that project. And then other years, the budget has shrunk. The Tennessee Entertainment Commission did ask for additional dollars above and beyond the recurring dollars that are funded each year. Governor Lee's office did not present that in this budget. At the same time, I can tell you that is a little bit of an arms race. And what I mean by that is Georgia and Louisiana, when it comes to the entertainment industry, those executives mostly reside in California and New York. It's all about the incentive. And what's interesting about that world is it's an incentive that keeps giving. When Alan Board and his team award a grant for a company, it's a one-time grant for that company. The world that they live in out there is, well, if I bring a couple of series to be filmed in Tennessee this year, I expect next year to get the same incentives in perpetuity, and we don't have a sustainable program. Having said that, last year, thanks to the General Assembly, we do have a new set of tools inside of, and basically these are offsets to your tax credits. So we do have, I think, a good program that's competitive, but those are tax credits that are, on the back end of the project. What you're speaking to is having the same kind of fast-track program to incent companies on the front end. And I can say that Bob Raines would say that we never have enough money to bring great projects to Tennessee. I'll take you back, though, to the show Nashville, which now resides in 130 different countries. And so that is one that keeps giving. And when you look at what it's done for tourism and British Airways and some other things, that's a different conversation, sir. The short answer is we presented a budget, and Governor Lee and F&A, basically, we're here to support the budget that they have presented, sir.
Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a question about the broadband grants at the state level. Do you have any concern that state broadband grants are competing with federal broadband grants? Might work like this. A company actually gets someone who might provide the broadband service actually gets a federal broadband grant, and then they realize a state broadband grant might be more appealing on some dimensions, and so they turn the federal one that they've received down in order to get a state one.
That's a great question. And Brooksy, before you answer, just an observation. It's thanks to this state and the General Assembly that created this broadband program a handful of years ago. This is one of those times where the state of Tennessee led first and the feds followed. So again, kudos, because it's been very successful. It was 10 million, 15 million, 20 million a year. And so Brooksy and her team were very good about trying to light up as many homes as they could. But as you now know, back to your comment, it's raining broadband dollars out of D.C. They're printing, the Banana Republic machine is on again. And so now all of a sudden you've got hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. To your question, Brooksy, if you would please take that.
Yes, sir. We have not had that happen yet, and our state money is now on hold. So we have some open state grants that are closing out, but we haven't issued any additional state funding this year. We have our applications open now for the American Rescue Plan funding. So we have $400 million that we're accepting applications for. We had $1.4 billion in letters of intent to apply for that funding. So we will have a very competitive round. And then we will have additional money, at least $100 million will be coming from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. So we will have more federal money. So the great thing is that we're not having to use state money right now. But we are using federal money, which means there are some additional requirements to meet all the federal grant requirements and grant management requirements that they have in place. So right now, just using federal money.
So if I may follow up on that, we had state monies that we granted, so those are being held in abeyance, if I'm understanding you correctly. And we have $400 million from the federal through the FSAG appropriations, the ARP, another $100 million to come through the Infrastructure Act. So that's $500 million that we will have of federal funds to put towards broadband. Maybe I'm misremembering, but at one time I thought we said $400 million would take care of our broadband problem in Tennessee. So we've already got 500 here, and then we have the other monies that we set aside. And I understand there's this inflationary factor and all of these things, but do you have a good idea of what it is going to cost to get broadband to every Tennessean?
So one of the things that the federal funding is allowing us to do is change the definition of broadband speeds. So we have been focused on areas that do not have 10.1 service and allowing areas that don't have 25.3 service to apply. This federal money is allowing us to open it up to 120. So we will have a lot more areas that can qualify for this funding. And so there are a lot more places that we will be able to spend this federal money that we haven't been able to spend our state money in the past. So that's a big part of where we will be able to put those additional dollars that we weren't expecting to see. But I think that is the biggest thing, is that we'll be able to spend it in a lot of different areas.
But Brooksy, I think, do we have enough money to light up every home?
I think
across our
that
rural
we
landscape?
will have enough money. I think we're actually going to get quite a bit more than $100 million from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. There's $42 million across the United States. Each state is guaranteed at least $100 million, and they're going to use a formula after the new FCC maps come out to tell us what our remainder will be. But I think we could see up to $1 billion in that funding. They are also allowing us to do some different activities, including middle mile infrastructure that we haven't been able to do with our state funding, that can help with things like disaster mitigation, emergency preparedness, emergency response. We will be doing some kind of a requirement of that funding will also be a digital equity program to make sure that the broadband access across the state is fair for all income groups and all racial groups. So there will be some additional requirements that come with that somewhere between $100 million and $1 billion, that we will have to meet with those requirements, but we will be able to serve, I think, all of the unserved homes across the state.
And again, if I'm hearing you correctly, we'll be able to do that with federal funding.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a quick question, and I know we're talking about some relatively large numbers here. On A48 of the budget book, and I know this is just a summary of the language of the budget bill, but it indicates under the ARP funding that FSAG put out $500 million. I keep hearing $400 million, but is it 400 or is it 500 that FSAG actually put out there?
Yeah, you're right. It is $500 million. It is $400 million for infrastructure, and those are the applications that are open now. And then it is $100 million for broadband adoption and digital literacy activities. And we haven't rolled that funding out. We will be getting some more information out this summer about that additional $100 million.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And then what you're saying is that on top of that, there's anywhere from $100 million to $1 billion that will be coming from federal funds, and that we have $100 million plus that's literally sitting in fiscal year 22's budget that has been unutilized completely at this point, because obviously when we passed that, as the commissioner said, we were leading the way here and had no idea that federal funds would be coming, especially to the tune of 10 times what we had invested there. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And we're still waiting on a map to determine exactly where the unserved and underserved areas are that should be ready in the fall.
The final map will be available in the fall. The draft map for public comment will be available in the next 6 weeks.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Put my glasses on so I can see what I was. $26 million in the recurring funding for the proposed budget has been designated for the Rural Development Fund for grants. Hopefully, this will make our rural communities more competitive and maybe bring in some new businesses. Out of that $26 million, $14 million was carried over from FY22. Can you tell me the difference between the development project grants and the economic opportunity grants?
All right, so Chairman Crawford, for the sake of the $26 million, $20 million is proposed to go to what we call our Site Development Grant Program. And those are the dollars that are grant dollars that are on a competitive basis are scored and awarded to our communities to help with infrastructure costs wrapped around their industrial parks. So that's really the large part of that $26 million. $1 million goes to our Main Street Entrepreneur Grants Placemaker Program, $2 million for our Tennessee Downtown Commercial Facade Grant Program, $1 million for our Asset Enhancement Grants for distressed counties, and then there's $2 million for our Tourism Assistance Grants Program. So as I said at the outset, the real driver and the one that can demonstrate really strong ROI is that grant program for site development. These other programs are good programs, and they go to the communities that aren't likely in line because of where they're geographically located to land a big project. So these are other ways to help our rural communities. So that's part of this whole, this what we call REO, Rural Economic Opportunity Program. And so when COVID arrived, that program was down to zero. So we just basically, defund is not the right word, but just did not fund that year because of I think there was $1 billion of ways to save money. And so what you're talking about, the $14 million, Paul, is that, where's the $14 million as part of this conversation, sir, and unfunded?
Okay, I think that 14 million you're referring to was the carry forward for that program. And again, much like I spoke about the fast track program, these are funds that were committed to grants, like over 10 million of that was grants related for these site development programs that had already been issued, but we still owed the balance of those grants. And most of the rest of that money was for various other programs that we were funded there that we had contracted out that we still owe the balance of the contracts on that.
And so, Chair, think of it this way, sir. We will make a grant, and we'll make it today, but the dollars may not be drawn down but over the next couple of years. And again, call it, for a lot of reasons, it's not like these are reimbursable. All of these are reimbursable, which means the community has to go first, the community has to demonstrate receipts, and then we reimburse. That's how our grant programs, so there's always going to be this lag. And a lot of those dollars that were asked about earlier, again, these are commitments over 3, 4, and 5 years that we make up front, but they're not actually, the reimbursed receipts aren't presented to us, but as a pay-as-you-go or spend model. So that's why you have this lag.
Chairman Crawford,
Madam
do you have a
Chairman,
follow-up?
just a follow-up on that. The 6 million or the 20 million, which make up the 26 million, is all of that reoccurring funds or just the grant side?
That's the request, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Commissioner. Can you speak briefly on how your department calculates ROI? And I'll stop there.
Yes, sir. Great question. So there are a handful of inputs. And it said, we go back, how many net new jobs, what the wages are estimated to be, what the CapEx is going to be. Those are really the primary drivers. And then what happens is we have algorithms that aren't designed by, but these are products that we've acquired in our research department. And so you take those inputs and you see how the jobs are created over what period of time. Then you look at the wages per job, and then you look at the ancillary multiplier. So, for example, in OEM world, for every direct job you create what we call ancillary support jobs. And so those are algorithms that we use. I can just simply say that typically we also track what is the imputed revenue the state's going to receive based on the spending of goods and services. So I can get really in the weeds here, which I don't think it would bore you to death. The short answer is it's a very concrete ROI, and we use it on every project to make sure that these taxpayer dollars have a demonstrated ROI that's healthy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and the reason I asked that is I was always a little confused because when I look at ROI, I've always thought of the net income versus the investment ratio and the payback. And sometimes when I see an ROI listed on some projects, I'm troubled. For instance, Blue Opal, nearly $1 billion invested. When I look at an investment in building wealth, I usually run that against like a 5% compound annually and run it out 10 years and then have a number 10 years down the road. That's how I kind of usually calculate ROI. And sometimes when I see some of the numbers that the state generates, I just had questions. Yes. That's all I'll say.
So Representative Ogles, I'll say this. Blue Oval is a different world just because the GDP, we think, will generate about $3.5 billion a year on an annual basis. So when you look at $3.5 billion a year of we'll call GDP, goods and services, and then you look at the goods and services and they're going to be, those consumers are spending, and then the state gets 7% tax on the sales tax, et cetera. And so it's a bit complicated, but you're right. That one is an outlier, sir. Most of the other ROIs are within 3 to 4 to 5 years. And again, that's for every dollar we spend in getting the state returned to Treasury. That's how we look at it at 30,000 feet, sir.
Chairman Whitson, you're going to be our final questioner. We have long ago run out of time, and I let it go over because I think there's a lot of interest, obviously, in the presentation and what this department does. But if you would take us home.
Okay, briefly, good morning, Commissioner. Sam, appreciate you being here. This has to do with Historic Development Grant Program. Last year, nearly $5 million was allocated for this program. This year, $10 million non-reoccurring. Could you briefly tell us the application process, the history of success with this program, and where it's going?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have Brooksy, but let me just comment again at 30,000 feet to paint the picture, sir. So this is a program that actually the General Assembly created. It just resides in our department. We didn't go on offense to look for another program. So I want to make sure that this is a program that was developed and resides. We do have a very thorough process to vet the projects. I think this was the General Assembly's attempt to recognize in our more rural communities the crumbling of some of these great historic structures in these local communities. So that's at 30,000 feet what the program tries to accomplish. The great news in the first year, we were way oversubscribed, and then we have a vetting process. We have a third-party consultant that scores these requests. And so the request this year goes for the new years to 10 million because we were way oversubscribed in its first year. So Brooksy, bring that one home, please.
Yes, sir. We had about $4.8 million available to award in that program. We have about $4 million of that under contract. We have some other contracts that we're still working on getting. We have about 29 projects that will take up that $4.8 million. We got in 60 projects, applications requesting more than $10 million. And I will say that last year we did absolutely no project development with that. That was just the projects that people knew this funding was available and they reached out to us and they submitted applications. We did that first round of grant applications on first come, first served basis. So if we got in a complete application that qualified for the funding, we were able to fund it. But we do still have a lot of applications that are interested in resubmitting this year if we have additional funding available, and we will probably do a scoring process this year for this funding. We did set aside $1 million last year for Tier 3 and Tier 4 counties, and we were able to do $1 million in those counties.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Representative, one other just observation. So this was, originally there was a plan to create kind of a historic tax credits in perpetuity, and I think F&A said we don't think that's good business, and so we're going to just create a grant program, and then that's perhaps was presented to the General Assembly.
And what's the maximum amount that they can be awarded?
$300,000 is the maximum grant amount, and it's a 70-30 grant. So ours is a very small investment compared.
Thank you. Thanks to all my friends from ECD. It's always good to see you here, and enjoyed working with you in the past and enjoy working with you in this new capacity. We thank you for the good work that has been done to keep our state at the forefront, even in tough COVID times. Tennessee is still doing well, and a lot of that is due to the work that the folks you and your department do. So we appreciate you being here, and I apologize for keeping you late, and I apologize to Commissioner Branscombe for making her wait, but we are going to let our ECD folks go back to work, do some productive things for the state. You can bring us a new job announcement this afternoon. That'd be great. And we're going to ask Commissioner Branscombe and her team to come forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you for joining us this morning. Again, I apologize. There's obviously a lot of interest in all of the things that ECD touches and the impact that that's going to have on our state, just as we're very interested in the things that you all are doing to support that and other, just to support in general state operations. So we're going to ask you to just get right into your presentation, if you don't mind.
Now we're live. Yeah. Good morning, Good morning, Chair Hazelwood and committee members. I'm Christy Branscombe, Commissioner of the Department of General Services. Assisting me today are Deputy Commissioner and Director of State of Tennessee Real Estate Asset Management Group, John Hall. Our Director of our Office of Financial Management, Mr. Michael Winston, is to my immediate left, and then on my far left is Assistant Commissioner Bob Williams, who is our Manager and Director for our Vehicle and Asset Management Division. Also in the audience are members of my executive leadership team who can provide any additional information that we may need. Our department works daily to support our sister agencies and state government. We want to make it easier for them to deliver their programs and services directly to the people of Tennessee. I'd like to begin with a brief description of our department and our work, and then we'll make some comments on our budget request. The bulk of our work involves the activities of our 4 external service divisions, which exist primarily to serve the agencies of state government. We'll first start with our Central Procurement Office, which is responsible for the centralized procurement and contracting for services and goods by the state departments and agencies. The office focuses on producing cost savings while ensuring transparency and accountability in the contracting and procurement process. We have our Governor's Office of Diversity Business Enterprise also as a part of this office, and it works to assist small businesses and businesses owned by minorities, women, and veteran-owned companies and businesses, But it really is an important part of our outreach to Tennessee-owned businesses. So I hope you read our Go DBE report at the end of 2021 because the state of Tennessee has set another new record for our diverse business enterprise spend. If that sounds familiar, it's because we also set a record in 2020 and 2019 as well. But in 2021, we are very proud that our state spent $766 million with small businesses, businesses owned by women, minorities, and veterans. And this represents a 44.5% increase since Governor Lee and this administration was sworn in, actually. So we've made a lot of progress in the last 3 years. It also represents $237 million more state dollars being spent with these businesses. Our State of Tennessee Real Estate Asset Management Division, or STREAM, operates, manages, and maintains general government real estate assets. STREAM is responsible for ensuring a comfortable, safe, and secure working environment for state agencies and the public. The work includes asset management, operational administration, capital improvement and maintenance projects, brokerage, property acquisition and disposition, of course, and maintenance and fire and life safety programs. Our Vehicle and Asset Management Division manages and maintains our state's motor vehicle fleet, everything from an automobile to a bulldozer, and it's responsible for policies and procedures that affect the best maintenance, repair, operation, and administration of our fleet, consistent, of course, with good safety and service. This division also handles the sales of our surplus property and also works for the distribution of both state and federal property within Tennessee. The surplus program produces revenue for our state, working with local governments and qualifying nonprofit agencies to help them source their property needs. And of course, whatever isn't needed by local governments is made available to sell for the public, all the while still generating revenue for our state. Our Document Solutions Division provides a wide variety of printing, graphic, scanning, photographic, and videography services for all branches of state government. The division also operates a warehousing management service that supplies state agencies with bulk products. We deliver incoming mail, state messenger mail. We have high-speed inserting services and outgoing mail. We have a smaller internal services that help as well in our department. We have administrative offices, financial management offices, administrative, communications, strategy, internal audit, and legal affairs, all supporting our 4 external service divisions. We have a business partnership with the Department of Human Resources through which we manage HR and talent management activities, and of course a relationship with our Finance and Administration Department for centralized accounting. So my department truly remains focused at all times on controlling costs of state government to preserve our state resources for those agencies that deliver services directly to Tennesseans. So we'll go on to the next slide and talk about our cost increase requests. So first, I'll discuss our requested cost increases for the upcoming fiscal year. The first two items that you'll see listed here are related to DGS operations. The remaining three are for organizations that are administratively attached to the Department of General Services. The first one you see on this list is a recurring request for an increase of 11 additional staff members for our real estate group or stream. In our later slides, you're going to see in detail about the number of projects in this historic capital budget that's being proposed and why it's necessary for us to increase our staff. Not only that, but Deputy Commissioner Hall is also going to be talking about Project Tetris, where we're right-sizing our departments, and we certainly need more help in our workplace strategy and interior design group as well to help support that project. Second, we are requesting $10 million to our fleet replacement budget for our oldest and most expensive to maintain vehicles and equipment, and Assistant Commissioner Williams is going to be addressing that request here in a moment. And the third item on the list is funding being proposed for the FY23 budget for the operation of the Megasite Authority of West Tennessee. Megasite Authority CEO Clay Bright could not be here today, but John and I will be happy to answer any questions that may came up regarding the authority. The two remaining items are non-recurring fund requests for Tennessee Serves and an increase to the Governor's Early Literacy Foundation. And those two are, as I said, administratively attached to the Department of General Services. If you go to the next slide, we'll talk about our supplemental request. This slide identifies two items for supplemental funding requests for the fiscal year 2022, and both are for organizations administratively attached to our department. The first is for the Governor's Early Literacy Foundation, and the second is for the Megasite Authority. Now, this amount that you see for the Megasite Authority represents the operational funding that was approved, held when the first special session was held last fall, and it funds the authority from November 1st, 2021 through June 30, 2022. So I'm going to turn things over now to Assistant Commissioner Bob Williams, and he's going to discuss our request for a cost increase to our Vehicle and Asset Management Division.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, members of the committee. The first item in our budget request I'd like to discuss.
And if you would, just for the record, I'm sorry, but if you would just state your name and your position.
Pardon me, I'm Bob Williams, Assistant Commissioner of Vehicle and Asset Management Division. First item in our budget request I'd like to discuss is the cost associated with the state's fleet of vehicles and equipment. Our request for a recurring equipment increase would allow us to reduce the risk and long-term cost associated with outdated equipment. Due to the rising cost of new vehicles, I think everyone has seen, and equipment, this existing budget for fleet replacement that we have now just doesn't allow us to replace as many as we need to. As a result, our fleet is continuing to age, which ultimately leads to an increase in the state's cost for maintenance and repairs. The increase in cost is a result of the enhanced maintenance required to ensure the functionality of our fleet, as well as the inflation of these costs associated while maintaining the vehicles. Bottom line is it just gets more and more expensive to maintain an older fleet. And this is happening as the cost of new vehicles and equipment continues to rise. Currently, VAM's budget for assets is $20 million for vehicle and equipment replacements, which includes everything from the smallest automobile to passenger vans to bulldozers. Based upon the number of vehicle assets in use, which totaled about $145 million in original acquisition cost, and the fact that our usage is over 90 million miles a year in our fleet, $20 million just won't allow us to replace the assets at a sufficient pace. Currently, our assets are declining quicker than we can replace them. Increasing the replacement budget by $10 million will allow VAM to purchase more vehicles and equipment and prevent the added maintenance cost of keeping fleet assets beyond their expected useful life. We will use the funds diligently, as we always do, and determine replacement items based upon the extent the equipment has been used, not simply their age. Since fuel is one of our largest expenses, replacing old vehicles with newer ones that get higher miles per gallon will have an immediate effect on our monthly expense. This replacement need concept also applies to our equipment, which we use, such as bulldozers, tractors, and forklifts. A large amount of the equipment we own is heavy-duty equipment that has been in service for at least 10 years. During that passage of time, the cost to replace this type of equipment has grown significantly.
We can go to the next slide, slide 5. I'd also like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the valuable work on our surplus property division. We've got a really good team, a great team, that's charged with selling items that are no longer needed by state agencies. They assist local governments and qualified nonprofits first, then offer those items to the public. This ensures the taxpayer's investment continues to help local communities while also returning money to the state's coffers. Since the federal government disposes of its surplus property through the states, we are the entity that oversees that coordination. One recent example that you see on this slide of our coordination with the federal government allowed us to help several disadvantaged counties. The Navy band at the Millington Naval Base was eliminated, and we acquired their instruments. They were impeccably maintained, and they cost over $750,000 new. In keeping with the governor's goals of assisted distressed and disadvantaged counties, we're really proud to tell you we were able to place these instruments in band programs in 6 of the counties at zero cost to them. And that's the picture you see here, just as an example. To say they were appreciative is a mild understatement. It was very rewarding for my whole team, and I will now turn it back over to Commissioner Branscombe.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Okay, so let's turn to capital outlay. We met with this committee earlier this month and reviewed a lot of these projects, but we're going to review them again today. And please, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those as follow-ups. But this is our capital outlay budget for the FY23 calendar year. We are proposing a capital outlay program totaling over $1.7 billion. This slide shows the amount of funds that have been invested over the past several years for both capital improvements and capital maintenance. As you look at this slide, you can see the funding is represented by the bars. So that shows that the funding that we have invested in capital improvement and maintenance projects. The number of projects is represented by the lines on this slide. As you can see, funding for the FY23 capital improvement and capital maintenance projects is proposed to be significantly higher than prior years. This capital outlay program consists of 45 capital improvement projects totaling over $1.46 billion and 78 capital maintenance projects totaling $285 million. The greater number of capital maintenance projects represents our continued strategy to invest in those projects that are critical to keep our buildings properly maintained, to provide a safe working environment, and to extend the useful life of our state-owned properties. These investments also reduce the accumulation of the deferred maintenance liability. You may recall that we did a facility condition assessment in 2020, and we presented to you last year that our total deferred maintenance liability was approximately $2.5 million. So that's a big number. It's a number we talked about a lot last year, but that's why investing in maintenance and capital maintenance projects continues to be a priority for us. And it's just one more way that we have to attack this deferred maintenance liability. So I'm going to turn it over to John now, who's going to talk about highlighting some of our capital projects.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Again, my name is John Hull. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Stream for the real estate area. As Commissioner Branscombe noted earlier in our presentation, we do have 45 capital improvement projects. What? Is that better? No. How's that? That's better. All right. As Commissioner Branscombe noted, we do have 123 capital improvement or capital maintenance and improvement projects in the FY23 budget. Because there are so many, it will obviously take us some time to get these through the system as we need to hire architects and contractors to get the work done for the state. So on this slide, though, we'd like to highlight some of the capital improvement and maintenance projects that I'll show you in pictures in the following slides. The first one is obviously Melita. So we've talked about this in the other hearing a few weeks ago, but it is our highest priority project. It is the Multi-Agency Law Enforcement Training Academy, or Melita, as we call it. There are 5 locations that would be replaced by the Melita campus when it is completed in late 2026. These locations are the training and support facilities for the Departments of Correction, Safety and Homeland Security, and Commerce and Insurance. Many of these buildings are already past their useful lives or certainly have significant needs for maintenance and repairs that would lead us to recommend replacements in most cases, or certainly extensive renovations. So rather than start a series of capital projects for each of these locations, we believe the best decision for the state and these agencies is to build a new state-of-the-art training facility on property we already own in Davidson County. But investing in a new campus with shared facilities will actually result in over $50 million savings compared to the replacement or renovations needed to improve the existing facilities. So when Melita is complete, we will sell the current properties, the ones you see, and the proceeds will come back to the state. This slide gives you an overview of the campus itself that we would like to proceed forward with. So the training academy will be constructed on approximately 800 acres, and it's located between the Riverbend Maximum Security Prison, the Lois DeBerry Special Needs Facility, and the John C. Toon Airport. And we refer to this area simply as Cockrell Bend. Our specific work on this project will include the construction of 2 headquarters buildings for the Departments of Correction and Safety and Homeland Security. There will be training and residential buildings that will have classrooms and dormitory-style accommodations. There will be a dining hall, an indoor and outdoor firing range. There will be an emergency vehicle operations course, or EVOC track. There will be service and warehouse centers, a helipad, a shoot house for various training scenarios. There will be a driving skid track and underwater rescue training area. So we received $23 million a year ago to fund a design for this campus, and we are in the process of designing the infrastructure at this point, and we'll be getting several other designers under contract for the various components of the campus. During the Haslam administration, we received $29.5 million for the initial phases of this project, which is why you see on this slide it says previously approved funding of $53 million. The $356 million request this year is for the construction of the buildings, the EVOC track, and all the other features of the campus that will occur over the next several years until late 2026. Each of these 3 agencies that are part of the Melita campus are very supportive of this project, as well as the TBI, who will also use these training facilities. And in addition, the FBI has contacted us and would like to build a firing range next to our state range on this campus. And since they don't need their range at all times, we will have access to their facilities to expand our training capabilities. The next slide is a building obviously everyone is familiar with. So this is the Legislative Plaza building and the War Memorial Plaza. So this slide shows just conceptual ideas for the interior space of the building and a new plaza area. So we asked our executive committee for our master planning project to review a number of ideas from a design consultant, who actually was a designer for this building, by the way, to provide a new direction for the use of LP and the plaza. And since we no longer need to use LP for offices or hearing rooms, we believe a new design would include a new and expanded military branch museum that's currently in the War Memorial Building, a brand new visitor center and theater, and conference rooms and offices that would be available for state agencies or other groups that have come to Capitol Hill on a daily basis. So we believe the War Memorial Plaza should be renovated and provide more of a park-like environment, and those old fountains out there that don't work at this point would be replaced with a new water feature on the plaza itself. So additionally, the project would include repairs to the Motlow Tunnel, which are definitely needed and have been talked about for many years, and the Legislative Plaza parking garage. There's some repairs there that need as well. We also envision opening up an area, the walkway that's from 7th Avenue side of the War Memorial Building, to make it easier to access the plaza itself. And certainly all of the statues and the monuments will be preserved and maintained on the plaza. The next slide shows THP headquarters. So we're excited about this. So in the last few years, we have constructed 2 new THP headquarters, one in Jackson that opened last year, and this one that you'll see on this slide is the one in Knoxville, which just opened a couple of weeks ago. So there are 4 more in this budget that we're asking the $72 million to replace the old buildings, as you'll see on this slide, the one in Cookeville, Chattanooga, Memphis, and Fall Branch. And they'll all look similar to the one that you'll see on this slide that's in the Knoxville area. So certainly all of these facilities will accommodate the current operational needs for THP and provide space necessary for the troopers and their staff. And since most of these buildings are 60 years or plus old, it is time that we build new facilities for them. So there are 4 this particular year. This next slide, I know you've seen this before, so this is just a large graph. I won't go into detail, but this is about our project Tetris. So Tetris is something, it's a name we invented, oh gosh, it's almost a couple of years ago now. So as many of you know, we've been into Alternative Workplace Solutions, or our AWS initiative. But when COVID came along, it really kind of kicked it into high gear. So in May of 2020, we started to get calls from state agencies at that point saying they just don't need all the office space. And that was here in Davidson County and in Metro Center. So in order to reduce the office space, we formed a project, and we called it Project Tetris to do so. And because of that, we think we're going to save upwards of 1 million square feet just here in Davidson County, and between downtown Nashville, the owned buildings, and certainly all of those leases. So when Project Tetris is complete by 2025, the financial impact of reducing all of that square footage will be significant. Since we began in 2011, we'll reduce actually up to 1.4 million square feet of owned space. Obviously reduces our operating expenses for roughly $14 million annually, and over 750,000 square feet of lease space. And that will reduce a total of rent expenses by around $11 million a year annually. The next slide, we just wanted to show you 2 capital projects that we have for maintenance. So this one is the Porter Lab out on the Ellington Agricultural Campus. So it's a building a little over 40 years old. So the mechanical systems, frankly, in this building need to be replaced. So again, many of those things are beyond their useful lives. So we're going to put in a new chiller, cooling tower, air handlers, building control systems, things like that, which is definitely needed in this particular building. And then the last slide we have for you, we just want to show you we do have a state capital window and roof repair project. So you'll see in these pictures where the wood sills of many of the windows have rotted, the sealant and the paint has failed. So each window will be thoroughly inspected and individual elements repaired or replaced as necessary. Since there are over 195 windows in the Capitol that need repairs and restoration, and they are historical, the work will take time. And so we are planning to do that around legislative session. We obviously don't want to interfere with any of the work of the General Assembly because we do have to section off spaces to do that work around those windows. In addition, the copper roof that's on the Capitol is in good condition. However, there are some areas that we do need to seal and repair, and that's part of this project as well. Turn it back over to Commissioner Branscombe.
Well, that is all of our prepared remarks. So my team and I are happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a lot to digest here, and I know, again, you all just hit the highlights in terms of the capital projects. But before I get to the other questioners on the list, we could talk about the Melita project for a moment. Just a couple of questions, and I recognize we're pretty far down this road and that dollars have been spent for planning and whatever. But with the just the continuing escalation cost of property in Davidson County and Nashville, has there been any thought or would it be worthwhile to think about relocating this Melita facility somewhere outside Davidson County, selling that property, and bringing more money into the state coffers, and perhaps decreasing operational expenses and that sort of thing if you're outside the capital city? So go ahead, start. I'll follow up.
Two subjects there, virtually. So one is the property that we do own is, again, right next to the Riverbend Maximum Security Prison. We frankly...
You don't think that would be attractive location?
We've gotten many calls. We just don't think it should be attractive, actually, to put a commercial business next to the maximum security prison. So for all these years, that's why it hasn't been sold, and obviously the state has gotten many calls over time to do that. Now, but we have looked at, maybe we don't put it there. Let's go somewhere else. So if we do go somewhere else, we do need to buy 800 acres roughly of property. And probably, just like we have at the mega site at this point, once you get into that kind of an acreage, there isn't infrastructure there. So you have to put in water and wastewater and all of those things. So in the end, it's actually more expensive to us to go somewhere else to purchase the land and put in all the infrastructure. Whereas the Melita campus here in town, it's actually less expensive because we do have hookups. There is electric there because there's a prison there. There's water, there's wastewater hookups, those sorts of things. We do have to run the pipes on the campus to the individual buildings, but we have looked at that. It's north of $100 million more if we go outside of where we already own.
The other neighbor I would add to is the John C. Toone Airport, which we've spoken with them, and they're very happy that we will be having our multi-agency law enforcement training academy next to them. They were very concerned about what was going to be developed on that property.
I guess the other question that I would have, just in light of the things that are going on in the world as we speak, is are there any concerns about co-locating all of these organizations at one spot? Does that make it a more attractive and easier target if someone chose to think in that vein or in that direction?
Yes, ma'am. We've specifically asked that question of those agencies. Do they have a problem with that? And they do not. This will be obviously a highly secure facility. So we like it that the river surrounds it. We like it is where it is at this point. If we went out somewhere else and purchased property where there's just lots of access to it, maybe so. Not in this case. There are only a couple of ways in and out. And because we can section that off and secure it, we think that it's a great location to have it.
And you're going to put a missile defense barrier over the top of it as well?
It isn't in this budget. Let's put it that way.
First on my list, Chairman Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate y'all being here today. This is the first topic is on the mega site, and in your budget, I know there's an additional $13.4 million that's allotted for TDEC to establish necessary infrastructure and environmental readiness to begin construction at the mega site. And I think if I'm reading it correctly, it's about $4 million recurring and $9.4 million non-recurring. Can you give us some information on what that is and why this additional appropriation is needed above what we already appropriated?
Yeah, that would not be in our budget. That's in TDEC's budget. So I don't know what that is about.
I think it's in your budget, but okay.
Well, you had just said it was in TDEC's budget.
It's in your budget, but under a TDEC category, looks like, for mega site and area development.
It's a capital project. I'm sorry.
Mega site and area development.
Just one moment. If you have a
Sure.
second question, you can ask that, and we'll try to find the answer to your first.
Well, looking at a breakdown of the mega site project as a whole, what phases there are that you're expecting, the timelines associated with those phases, especially for completion, and where we are in that process currently.
So where we are currently, our department is responsible for 2 State Building Commission approved capital projects. One is, of course, the installation of the pipeline to the Mississippi River. As you guys may recall, 36.5 miles from the site to the river. And then also the pumping station in Covington. And so that would be the first contract that has been awarded, and Garney Construction was awarded that contract. And Garney is finishing up getting its TDEC permits in place, but they're ready to roll. In fact, we expect them to start any day. I was saying the end of February. It's probably going to be more like, the first, second week of March. But there is an 18-month timeline from the time that they start. The second capital project is for the balance of all the other infrastructure, and that includes the North Water Tower, the 2-week lagoon, of course, the water and wastewater treatment facilities, which are very substantial, and then 7 wells that we're building on site. And Brassfield Gorey has been approved as the contractor on that particular piece of work, and we expect them to start sometime early April. And their timeline's a little bit longer because that scope of work is larger. So they are to be finished, I believe, in 2023, late 2023.
Okay, thank you for that. Any challenges that y'all have faced in the early stages of development on this project?
Well, I think it's always challenging when you have a lot of parties involved, and we do have a lot of parties. We have a lot of internal stakeholders on the infrastructure, TDEC, as you mentioned, TDOT, us. We also have labor and workforce development that is very involved with the TCAT that's being built, along with Chancellor Tidings. But we have workforce, task force meetings every other week to make sure that we're all communicating internally. And then John and I both have weekly meetings. One we have is with the contractor for Ford, and then the second one is with our internal consultants and our internal parties that we work with. For example, if we're working on TDEC permitting one week, we'll have TDEC at the meeting. If we're working on roadways. Then we'll have TDOT there. So we really haven't had any major issues, any roadblocks. Everything's gone pretty smoothly. We're just continuing to push these projects through to completion as quickly as possible to try to meet the deadlines that we have before us.
Back on the wastewater that you mentioned earlier, I know there was quite a bit of pipeline materials bought several years ago for this project. Are those being utilized, or is there a credit that if the sizing has changed of the piping that was purchased? Can you just give me a quick rundown of that?
Yeah, all that piping's being used.
Okay.
So that's the good news. It had been held by a contractor in a couple of different locations. One was in Texas and one was in North Dakota, I believe. And they held it and maintained it there, and it was kept in very good condition, and we've been able, or we are planning to use all of that pipeline.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Did you find out anything, Michael?
Is that on? There we go. Michael Winston, Director of Financial Management for General Services. Chairman, if you'll help us find where that is in the budget, we'll be happy to get you answers to your question. But I've looked through the capital budget for fiscal year 23 and General Services budget, and I don't see that line item you're referring to.
Okay. I could be off. I'm on a page B288, and it's itemized there, and so I may be in a different section. So we can certainly get that information a little bit later. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner, for coming. I just had a couple of clarifications on a couple of things that were asked earlier. On the Melita project, if we were to want to build an expansion onto the maximum security prison there, or a step-down facility, a medium security expansion there, is there anything in the plan that would prevent us from being able to do that on the site as it relates to?
No, I don't believe so. They're well, I guess it would be, is it west of us? At where we're, and that's one reason this property did make such sense. It's 800 acres. Mm-hmm. And John and I had talked with other states that had done multi-agency facilities, and the first thing they all told us is make sure you have room built in for expansion. And so this 800 acres made perfect sense for that. But we have plenty of space beyond us for expansion of Riverbend or John DeBerry.
Thank you. Just seems like in my local community, we're having to expand our jail, and I found out it's there's a governmental acronym for that too, and it's called NIMBY, not in my backyard. So it's really hard. But if we already have the facilities in place to expand, because prisons are hard to find a location for, so I just want to make sure we did that.
Yes.
The second question has to do with Legislative Plaza. I've heard in the past, I've heard that there was a push or a desire to put offices over there, as well as the Welcome Center and fixing the tunnel and some additional meeting spaces. Is there another state agency that you expect to operate out of the War Memorial or Legislative Plaza space where some of us used to operate out of there?
We don't have any planned offices necessarily. Obviously, War Memorial, the AG's office, the balance of the AG's office is moving out of the UBS building. They're in a lease there, and they will be occupying the War Memorial once it's renovated. Legislative Plaza has gone through the Executive Committee, the Master Planning Executive Committee. We looked at several different uses, and flex space was important, but we also wanted to create that visitor center, a theater. We also wanted to provide food service in there, but there are going to be some larger conference spaces because our conference room at Tennessee Tower, frankly, is booked all the time, and we need the overflow space. We also have some larger departments that are moving into the Tennessee Tower, for example, TDOT. The plan is for them to move in there. So they have lots of meetings and hearings as well, so, and TDEC does. So really wanted to provide flex space down there. There's not necessarily going to be any signed offices that I can think of in that particular space.
Was, and this may predate you, Commissioner, and Mr. Hull may know this, but was there any, when the Attorney General's office was looking at additional space, they obviously were looking to renovate next door to us, but was there any discussion of them ever looking at the CHB for that, the building we're in currently?
I don't know. Do you know that, John?
No, Chairman Williams, no, not to come here.
Right.
At all, no. So, there are two parts to the Attorney General's office. One is John Sevier, we just finished that.
Right.
But then there's this group in the lease. They have about 53,000 square feet in that lease. So we had to find that amount of space. It almost fits perfectly, frankly, back in the War Memorial Building.
Right. As a former legislator, it makes perfect sense for me for the legislative body to be in the legislative building, but in the proximity to the Attorney General's office of this building, and it's cohabitation with other forms of state government. Seems like it makes sense. Did y'all ever consider that at all?
We just didn't quite have enough space, frankly, to do that.
Mhm.
You know, we always knew that we needed to renovate John Sevier and keep the Attorney General
Exactly.
himself and staff there.
Mhm.
But we always thought we needed, what is that long-term group to come back to the War Memorial Building? So they
Mhm.
became the best candidate for that. So in this particular building, you know, we moved the comptroller office in here.
Mhm.
So they just fit better in this building
Mhm.
than the AG did.
Yeah, the question though was centered around whether we were best suited for here or the Attorney General. Was that ever discussed?
Well, part of the reason to come here for the General Assembly is you get a lot more space,
Right.
Frankly. So Legislative Plaza War Memorial is a lot smaller. It's almost
Mhm.
half the size
Mhm.
of what the space that you have in this particular building. So it just made a lot of sense based on the plans that we've heard you know, for the General Assembly to fit into this building.
Okay. Finally, just if you could confirm to the body and the legislature that James K. Polk is still buried on this side of the Capitol, that would be great.
That's before my time too, John.
No, we know with all the renovations around the Capitol grounds in the last several years, there's always, the rumor is that one of our legislative friends was able to finally move James K. Polk's body when we were doing the steps. But how are those projects going? You mentioned earlier about $17.3 million that we're going to use in the Capitol. It sounds like that's completely different than what we did as related to the cupola the other day. I guess it was 2 years ago. And so do you foresee, and finally, do you foresee any other improvements that we need to make at the Capitol building or grounds in the coming years?
There's always something on the Capitol, certainly. But yeah, so first of all, James K. Polk is still there. It's not in the scope of work to move James K. Polk. That project itself, as we talk to the contractor, we think we're done by early July with their scope of work. So I know as you all walk past or see, you know, why is it not going so much faster? So we talk to them regularly. And you know, we've had a lot of rain the last couple of months. So it's been hard to get the Jackson Gardens completed, things like that. So this is a great week for us. But it's early July for that to happen. As far as the Capitol goes, we constantly monitor that. So this year, you know, we got the windows, and there will always be something on the Capitol itself. I have a project I really want us to look at, to actually look at the whole Capitol Hill and do a site plan for the hill. So over the generations, there are pipes and lines and things running through this hill. So as we did landscaping, we find things. And so I'd really love to do a plan that just scopes out the entire Capitol Hill. So that might be something you'll see real soon from us.
Just to follow up, to go back to Melita, when we were talking about potential expansion for the prison for either more maximum or minimum security or medium, whatever, how much acreage is being used? How much acreage is available on site outside the prison? How much is being used for Melita? How much is being sort of held back for potential Melita expansions? And what would that leave for the prison expansion?
Well, there's 800 acres that is at the end between John C. Toone and the prison property, the correction, that's held within the jurisdiction of the Tennessee Department of Corrections. That is where Melita is going, and we still have plenty of room to expand there. We could expand facilities for training. We could expand the headquarters buildings. We really have plenty of space to expand all of the training opportunities. So I think we feel comfortable with that. I don't know about exactly how much property corrections has. You may know, John.
Yeah, there's a total 1,300 acres out there actually that's vacant, frankly. So we do have room to expand in case River Bend needed to be expanded or anything else. But that's really what makes this area great is if you looked at our diagram, there is room between the buildings because we know in decades to come we probably need to expand that campus. So it makes it perfect for us to be able to do that.
And the footprint in the beginning for Melita is how many acres?
800.
So that whole 800 will be utilized in this first plan?
It will be part of that entire campus. Now, it's not that we're putting a building on every acre. It isn't that. So there's a hill out there, but we're going to have that campus situated on 800 acres itself. But there's room between all the buildings to expand the buildings in addition to that.
Okay, so you can expand within the 800-acre footprint?
Yes, ma'am,
That's
we
my
can.
question.
Yes.
You
That's correct.
wouldn't need to grow outside that 800-acre footprint in the
No, ma'am.
foreseeable future?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you for being here. Y'all touched on a little bit of Project Tetris before. I just want to, if y'all could expand what that $10 million is actually being utilized for specifically, please.
Well, the $10 million is to continue the work that we need to do when you reconfigure space. We work with designers to help us work with the agencies to reconfigure space, to support whatever's going on in that particular department. As John said, a lot of the departments are engaging with AWS to a greater degree. It was something that had always been a part of how the state works since 2015, but when the pandemic hit, of course, it kind of put that whole process on steroids. So to continue to move that process forward, when we started, I don't know how many agencies were involved, not as many. Now they're all involved with AWS, including constitutional officers, departments as well. So it just takes more money and more time because more people have jumped on board. More departments, more agencies have jumped on board and want to participate in Project Tetris.
Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing your team today. Another question about the Melita site. The 5 properties that's replacing, is there money being budgeted to maintain them up until 2026? And if so, how much? And then the next question is the partnership with the FBI on the gun range. Have they given us any specifics on that? Are they providing funding? Are they leasing? So show us the money on that, maybe, if there's any negotiation with that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll start. I'm sure John can finish up. So the buildings that we will be leaving, yes, we are making sure that we have sufficient funding to help them continue to operate in their current locations until they make a move. And they'll be making moves at different times, depending on what gets constructed here first. So we have made accommodations for that, and they know that they will be moving, but we certainly want to keep them up and operating as well as they can be in these current locations. So that's the first piece. John, I'll let you answer the second piece.
Sure. Yes, sir. We do have monies in this project to do the maintenance for the current buildings because they are old, many of them. Now, in addition to that, the FBI. So the FBI has come to us. They do have their own money at the federal level, so we're not spending money for them. So they would actually come on site next to our buildings and build their firing range themselves. Once they do that, then we would enter into an agreement with them that we would operate it for them, meaning maintain it, and then we charge them for that. So they say they needed about 60 days a year, so the other 300 days a year, we could use it for ours.
Representative Ogles, you have a follow-up?
Yes, Madam Chair. Is that operational agreement going to be in place before they build the facility? I have a little experience with multi-agencies using something, and those operational agreements don't always come to fruition as planned, and just foreseeing some problems down the road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, and thank you for the question. Yes, we have all intents to come into an agreement with them before they start putting a shovel in the ground.
Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How will the disposal of the Polk building affect TPAC?
So TPAC has had a seat at the table with John and I since the beginning on this. We have included them in all the conversations. They've been very well aware of what the plan is, and obviously we have a long runway for this whenever it does happen. So we talked about the options. The options are that they could be part of a redeveloped project once that property is ground leased to a developer for redevelopment. And they've also looked at their options for going elsewhere and rebuilding TPAC somewhere else. So we are trying to be a partner with them and helping them get into the best scenarios possible for them. And in fact, John and I have a meeting next week with their president, Jennifer Turner, and their designated board members who are involved in this long-going conversation with us in the state. But we intend to support them to get them moved to the proper location or to stay in a redeveloped project. Obviously, if they move, the good news is that they can continue to operate until their new place is available. If redeveloped, then it requires some period of shutdown. So we've been helping them talk through those scenarios to find out what's the best conclusion for them.
Okay, thank you for that update. And your budget has two $300,000 maintenance grants, one for the Civil Rights Museum and one for, I guess, TPAC maintenance. Can you give us an update on, I guess, how that money's being spent and what the projects are that are being funded with that grant money?
Yes. So I'll talk about the National Civil Rights Museum. They came in, that was renewed at SBC probably about 4 or 5 months ago. And so their attendance numbers they reported to the State Building Commission are off the charts. They've really done extremely well. And they had some new things that they were working on and addressing needs in their building, typical kind of maintenance needs. John, what else do you have on TPAC?
Yeah, so TPAC, obviously, we give them $300,000 a year. It's not for capital maintenance, but for regular maintenance in their area. So I don't have the list of all what they've spent it on. I can certainly get that for you, but they use every dollar of it each year to be able to do that.
And just a couple of final kind of housekeeping questions. In your budget, I believe you're asking for 11 additional staff members because of, obviously, there's increased workload in projects and so forth. But you also have a number of vacant positions. So can you speak to what the goal is for filling those? And is there some reason that if you had all your vacant positions filled, I guess my bottom line question is, if your vacant positions were filled, would you still need additional people?
Yeah, I'm going to let our Director of Office of Financial Management, Michael Winston, answer that.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. The answer is we have a number of different operations within General Services. We have different divisions that are doing very different work, as Commissioner described earlier. And so a number of those vacancies are in our other divisions. They may be in our printing and media, our document solutions division that handles printing and postal and other operations. And so those positions are for, machine operators and that sort of work. And what we need, of course, is in our real estate asset management group, we need, experienced professionals to manage capital projects and develop those projects. So it's a little bit of apples and oranges to move one position to the other. They're not funded the same way, and they're just doing very different work. And so we're working through that. We're being very diligent about our vacancies and approaching those. Our Document Solutions Division has gone through a lot of changes in the last couple of years, especially because of the pandemic. And so we are actively evaluating those positions and making sure that they're being used to their best, highest use. And if we don't need them anymore, then we will, look at reclassifying those or doing away with them.
Stream is the only division that has state funding, and we did have to give up 5 positions, I think it was last year, to get to our target reduction. And then we also had to take 2 positions and reclassify them to set up our STEPS program. And that's the program we talked about at our last hearing, which is where we're trying to have a program where all the agencies go through and we identify excess property that could be put back into a higher and better use with the private sector. So Stream, really, you don't have any more positions at all, John, correct?
No, ma'am. We have a few people who have retired, but we are filling all of those positions.
Okay. Again, I think we're just always interested in making sure that we're not holding vacant positions in any part of the operation that we don't really need. And so I'm glad to hear that we're reevaluating those and making sure as technology changes and all of the other workforce changes that we're faced with, if those positions, recognizing that they're not apples and oranges, but they're still dollars that are funded. So, and a final question, maybe not. Next to final question, maybe. On the vehicle replacement, which was early on in the presentation, are we looking, as we're replacing those vehicles, are we looking particularly on the passenger fleet, or what sort of, I guess, recognition, looking at the electric vehicles, are we investing, are we purchasing electric vehicles? If so, what are we having to do in order to make sure that they can be charged, in our state locations, as well as obviously the whole need to get charging stations distributed throughout the state. But can you just speak to how, if we are looking at transitioning our fleet to more electric vehicles and what that progression might look like?
I'm going to allow Assistant Commissioner Williams to answer that.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Yes, the short answer is yes. We've been looking at this now very closely for 3 years. There's a lot of chatter in the media, a lot of attention on it, but the truth is when it comes down to fleet, which is usually at a discounted rate, a more basic vehicle, there's been fewer options when it comes to trucks or mid-size or anything like that. There's been the economy EV, the little small vehicles. So we have done some of those. We've now partnered with TDEC, and we've ordered some of the new F-150 Lightnings. They're supposed to be here midsummer. We're going through a whole process with them where they will go out into state parks and all that. It's a dynamic that's changing really quick, but there's a lot of promises you're seeing in the media that we can't actually get the item. The shortages right now are unreal, and then the waits are very long. As an example, I told you we ordered the F-150s. That was very fortunate because previously, just 4 months earlier, we were told it'd be 2 years before they would be available. And so they changed their mind within 2 months and gave us a 6-month window. So we acquired what we could with it, that our budget allowed. So it's a real dynamic situation. We're evaluating it continually, but it has to do with, can we get it? Is the pricing structure where it makes sense to buy it? We're not just going EV to go EV. We want it to make sense for the user and for the cost structure and the application, but it is changing. And so every year we look at this very closely and constantly stay on it. There's a lot to be done, but there's just not a lot of availability yet. It's just not there.
And we're going to be using the F-150s in the parks. And so Bob's been working with TDEC to make sure we have the infrastructure then to support those F-150s coming into the parks. But that'll be a good test area for them to see how they function.
Thank you. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just wanted to finish up on kind of a high note here. I know I missed part of the first presentation. I was in a meeting but was tuning in. Commissioner, I just want to thank you for your leadership on Project Tetris and with the master plan committee and everything else. And the 10 years I've been in the legislature, you're the first commissioner that has taken a full statewide look at what our property is that the state owns. I mean, that's the people's property, what we lease, what we own, where our folks are, and do we need those properties? So, I mean, it just seems like before you got here, so much of it was just patching broken windows and moving people around into old offices that were just kind of falling into disrepair and or building brand new buildings. I just really appreciate the holistic look at what's our portfolio. And, do we need all of it? And do we need more in certain areas? So thank you for doing that. And I'm looking forward to seeing more like what we're doing now. And I know the Master Plan Committee is working on that. I mean, really from getting things kind of decentralized sometimes from our urban areas as well and more out into some of the rural and suburban areas. Because, I mean, some of those make sense. And I just don't know that we've had some of those conversations in the past. So thanks for doing that and just kind of highlighting to the committee. I mean, I think we may hear more about that in the years to come on how we look at that entire portfolio. So thank you very much for your leadership.
Well, thank you for participating and being a part of that committee. We appreciate the legislature's input on all those decisions.
Commissioner, thanks to you and your team for.
I have one thing. We have a follow-up for Chairman Todd's question from earlier, and I'll turn it over to Michael Winston.
Chairman Todd, thank you for your question earlier. I was able to locate the appropriation you were asking about. It is in the Department of Environment and Conservation's budget. It does reference the mega site, so I'm guessing it's some kind of operational impact to service the needs of the mega site. So I'm sure if you reach out to the department, they'll be happy to answer any questions about that funding. Thank you.
Again, thank you for being here and for being patient as we were delayed in getting to you. We really do appreciate the work that's been done. As Leader Lamberth has said, I think we are getting the state of Tennessee's property on a more business-like basis, and that's thanks to and as a result of the work that you all have been doing with a lot of input from a lot of folks. But Again, we appreciate the work that General Services does. I appreciate the fact that nobody's said anything to me in at least a couple of years about not having soap in the bathroom and some other issues like that. So from the mundane to the sublime, you guys take care of us, so we do appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to ask that the Department of Transportation come forward, and we'll move right on into our presentation from them. Good morning, Commissioner. Thanks for joining us, and again, we apologize. We were running a little bit late today. The trains sometimes run on time, but not on Mondays and budget hearings necessarily, particularly when we have a lot of departments with very large budgets and a lot of interest from the committees. But without further ado, we'll ask you to go through your presentation, and then we will proceed with any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Joe Galbato, Interim Commissioner of Department of Transportation, also the Chief Financial Officer. To my left is Chief Engineer and Deputy Commissioner Paul Deggs, and to his left is Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Environment Planning, Preston Elliott. So I guess we'll go to the first slide. So we want to talk about our cost increases really quick for everyone. On the cost increase side, so the first $6.5 million for the Transportation Equity Fund for air. That is made up of two things. One, $5.5 million. If you remember, the cap has been reduced from $10.5 million down to $5 million in fiscal '23. We believe there's only one company in the state of Tennessee that will apply to, so the general fund will augment our budget with that. The $1 million is for the reduction in user fee from 4.5% down to 4.25%, and that will have universal impact of about $1 million. The next three bullet points I will cover quickly, but I'm going to have Paul talk in detail at the end of our presentation. The first item for $77 million for economic development projects, that's essentially for three, for Smith & Wesson, for Eastman Chemical, and for Oracle here in Nashville. We normally do state industrial access projects. These are much bigger in scope, and therefore the need for that money. The partnership program is actually very easy to understand. Many municipalities and communities all across the state have come to us offering up to 20% match on different projects, and then these are the projects that the governor chose. And as far as the rural interchange program, well, as the General Assembly, as well as especially our governor, everybody is very intent on making sure not just the metropolitan areas prosper, but also our rural areas. So this is a program to expand and enhance our interchanges in rural areas to promote economic development. As far as the litter apportionment to us, you know, we have one of the most beautiful states in America, but it's littered with garbage everywhere. We already today spend about $20 million a year on litter. This is an extra $4 million, $1 million per region, to hopefully do a little bit more on that end. And then lastly, the $100 million for the IMPROVE Act. Obviously, the IMPROVE Act, we've talked about that in committees before. $100 million will help us hopefully propel a few of the projects earlier. All right, so we're in a budget hearing, so we want to talk about the budget variances. So year over year, we will be up about $600 million. Roughly $250 million on the federal side, roughly $300 million on the state side, and then the local participation will be about the same. So let's talk about the major variances so I can break them down. So on the federal side, as you'll remember last year, the American Rescue Plan put $58 million into our budget for two projects, one in Sevier County, one in Anderson County. Obviously, that does not reoccur, so it is a negative variance. The positive variance is the $300 million. So we budgeted at the FAST Act for fiscal 22 because we didn't know what the numbers would be for the IIJA. So what that means in fiscal 22 will be above the FAST Act by $280 million. 200 on the formula side, 80 on the special project side, which is bridges and electric infrastructure. And then as you progress from fiscal 22 to 23, we'll see a normal increase in the IIJA of about $20 million a year. On the state side, it's a little more complicated, but easy enough to understand. This body awarded TDOT $200 million in fiscal 22 for the Blue Oval project, for those roads and all of that infrastructure there. That obviously does not reoccur. Likewise, in the Transportation Equity Fund, this body gave us $50 million for aeronautics, $85 million for rail, and $2 million for the Gallatin Airport, and that does not reoccur. And then the $50 million reduction in bond authorization. As you know, bond authorization is a tool that this body has given us to accelerate our project delivery using sound cash management. And so what that basically means is we're allowed to start projects that we don't actually have revenue for. Think of it this way: when you put money on a project, it doesn't normally spend out in 1 year, so thus creating, think of it as float. And so this bond authorization allows us to use that. We believe we're at a prudent level of bond authorization. Today it's roughly $836 million. So $836 million of projects that we really don't have if the funding stopped, we'd have to bond out, but we don't believe that'll happen. Now, as far as the budget from last year that was approved by this body versus the one we're proposing today, the funding board did come up with some different numbers, and it's $60 million higher in the normal user fees: gas, diesel, special petroleum vehicle registration. And then lastly, as we talked on the first page, many different projects coming into Tennessee as far as economic development. All right, so as the CFO, this is my favorite slide. It may not be yours, but since it's finance, I bet you will. This is a slide that helps me understand and gets me comfortable that do I have a budget that seems reasonable? And so the summary of the slide is it is reasonable. Fiscal 23, in my opinion, is a reasonable budget. I think it's conservative, and I'll show you why. So in fiscal 20, as you remember, that was the first year of COVID. We were going along pretty well in fiscal 20 until that March, April, May timeframe, in which we were actually ahead of budget on our user fees, and then it actually became negative by about $33 million. So in fiscal 21, we actually recovered fairly nicely, as you can see. Gasoline bumped up a little bit. Diesel remained very strong, with all of the PPE, different supplies that people needed. The truckers were moving, and so diesel stayed strong. The special petroleum tax, that's the 1.4 cent fee, 1 cent on petroleum and volatile fuels, 4/10 on the environmental assurance fee for underground storage tanks. That moves with gas and diesel, and it went up slightly. On the vehicle registration side, you can see it was quite a healthy increase, but keep in mind, when COVID hit, many of the clerk's offices were closed or had reduced hours. So many people in that April, May, June timeframe were allowed to pay their vehicle registration in the subsequent year, and so that's the bump there. Beer and bottle user fee is always somewhere between 6 and 8 million, so that didn't change much. And on the Transportation Equity Fund, it looks like a giant decrease from 65 down to 24. But remember, in fiscal 20, there were 2 railroads that paid back user fees of $39 million. So when you take out that one payment, those payments, it's $26 million versus $24 million, so it's fairly comparable. So now we move to the budget in 22, where we're at today. So the good news here is, those budgets were put in place. Actually, before I go on, so between 20 and 21, the user fees for gas, diesel, special petroleum, and vehicle registration went up 4%. So it was a healthy increase in 21. In 22, you can see the numbers are low. But remember, when we put that budget together, it was the fall of 2020, and then when the funding board met, it was the December, January of 2021. We were still in the heart of COVID. So those numbers are low. I'm happy to report at this point, coincidentally, the numbers that you see in the budget for 23 looks like where we're trending toward right now for 22. So our gas right now is trending toward $540 million. Again, this is all as of January 31st, year-to-date numbers. So our gas is trending toward 540. Our diesel is trending toward 235. Our vehicle registration is trending toward 38. And our special petroleum is trending toward 38, and vehicle registration is trending toward 300. So what that means is that as long as nothing major happens between now and the end of the year, and it continues at the same pace, that budget for 22 will actually reflect, the actuals will be somewhere close to the proposed budget for 23, which means 21 will grow to 22 by 4% as well. So if I'm looking at a budget of the actual of 22 being almost equal to the budget of 23, it's a reasonable budget, but I would, again, unless there's some major catastrophe and who knows what goes on with Ukraine or whatever, it looks like a reasonable budget. So on our last slide, first of all, we want to thank this General Assembly as well as previous General Assemblies and previous governors, and certainly Governor Lee, for keeping us debt-free. We are one of the top 5 infrastructures every year. This year we were rated number 4. But doing that without debt and on cash flow really helps us without having to deal with debt, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We are only one of 5 states without debt. It's now become 6. So the acronym is TWINS, Tennessee, Wyoming, Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota. The 6th state now, I just found out at a conference last week, is South Carolina. And they were so pleased that they were now out of debt, trying to be like Tennessee. So we're kind of the bellwether. As far as the continuing resolutions, that's expiring here in March. So what that means is that it actually ratchets back our spending authority. Think of it this way: the IIJA is going to give us about $1.1 billion in our funding categories, our core funding categories. We won't have spending authority of $1.1 billion. Our full year spending authority will be somewhere around $950 million. But the continuing resolution ratchets that back, prorates it to March, but also at the FAST Act levels. So in real numbers, we only have about $350 million of spending authority. If on March 11th a full authorization is given and we have the full year, that means we will have to put $600 million on projects in about 6 months. Now, as Paul and his engineering staff will tell you, they would much prefer to have the full apportionment and full spending authority day one. We will accomplish the goal, and it won't be easy, but we'll make sure we get all those dollars there. So I want to get to the state of good repair. So state of good repair in fiscal 2020, because again, we don't have debt, so my first dollars do not have to go on principal and interest payments, it can go on state of good repair. In 2020, we spent $360 million, right off the top. This year, fiscal 22, it's not 360, it's closer to 440. And in the budget before you, for fiscal 23, it's up to $460 million. So close to $500 million in state of good repair for roads and bridges. And I think that's a good segue to have Paul talk a little bit about pothole season and our approaches here. I'll pass it off to Paul. Have a good day, Paul.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Paul Deggs, I'm Chief Engineer. Just a couple of things to kind of keep in mind as we talk about state of good repair and pavement condition. If you look at us comparatively across the country, we generally rank in the top 5. I know U.S. News and World Report ranked us number 2 in pavements in the most recent year, and number 11 on bridges. With 20,000 bridges in Tennessee, there's only about 8 or 9 states that have more bridges than Tennessee does. So we really put a lot of dollars into those. Keep in mind that FY22 over FY21 in our construction contracts, we're seeing a 55% increase in fuel costs, 28% increase in asphalt concrete, 6% increase labor, aggregates are up 10%, trucking is up 35%. Natural gas that's used to run our contractors' asphalt plants is up 100%. And then epoxies and pavements are up about 40%. So we are seeing some significant increases in cost. It's going to have an impact. As Commissioner mentioned, we put more dollars in the budget in this year and next year to help address some of those types of issues. I do want to talk a little bit about the potholes and what's happened across the state, but in particular in Middle Tennessee this year. So in January, Middle Tennessee, here in the Nashville area, about 6.5 inches of rain. In February, about 8.5 inches of rain. We normal for both of those months is around 4 inches. We had 26 days in January below freezing with 8 temperatures down in the teens. In February, we had 16 below freezing. So freeze thaw is an issue. We also had temperatures in the 70s at least one day both of those months. So freeze thaw is an issue that accelerates pavement deterioration. In particular, one of the issues we had in Tennessee is a pavement, while we measure our pavements based on their condition, the age of a pavement is somewhat indicative of its life. On an interstate, a pavement gets resurfaced about every 8 years or so, and on regular state highways about 12 years. The major failures we had on I-40 in Smith County was a 8, nearly 9-year-old pavement. US 431 in Davidson and Williamson County was a 12-year-old pavement. In a perfect world, we would get out there and have paved it a year earlier had we known we were going to have such a difficult winter. But we have put resources out. Thankfully, the Lord has provided us beautiful weather this week, and we're going to be out doing a whole lot more pavement restoration. Generally, hot mix asphalt plants are closed from about mid-December through mid-March. We worked with the industry to reopen some of those plants, so some of the repairs we're doing right now are permanent repairs. In general, wintertime repairs for potholes are temporary in nature, and we have to wait till we get warm weather to patch them. But I can assure you we have staff going out right now. I know it's frustrating for our consumers out there. I know, and just talking with other public works officials in the cities and counties across the state, there's a lot of suffering this time of year. But I can assure you we've got staff moving to address it.
Thank you, Paul. So we'll move on to the road fatalities. So we're very concerned with the road fatalities. We seem to be increasing each year about 100. So in 2018, 1,040 people lost their lives. The next year it went from 1,040 to 1,136. Then it went to 1,217. And then past year, right now preliminary numbers are right around 1,320. So we talk about the 3 E's: education, enforcement, and engineering. Certainly on the education side, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office and other organizations talk about click a ticket, booze it, lose it, things like that. You have enforcement out there trying to stop people from speeding, people from drinking and driving distracted. And on the engineering side, Paul and his whole group are looking at roads, and if a curve needs to be reassessed and it needs to have a 40-mile-an-hour curve and someone takes it at 65 miles an hour, there's really not much we can do. So we're trying to do as much as we can. It really does boil down to a lot of things in our country about personal responsibility and people following the law. So, Paul, I'll have Paul talk about a little more expanded on those general fund programs, and then we'll take your questions, Madam Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Paul Deggs. So the governor's budget includes specifically $519 million in 3 specific programs identified in the budget supplement with the general fund dollars. The first one is an economic development program. Since 2017, we have delivered to contract about $325 million in projects that support economic development. Typically, there are projects where there's a manufacturing plant coming to a community, and we'll build a project. They're generally off the state highway system, but sometimes they're on it. Generally, $1 to $5 or $6 million project. We have about a $30 million program. Sometimes we have to bump it up a little bit more to fund those projects. But we identified 3 particular projects that were part of economic and community development's recruiting efforts. One of them was here in Nashville, the Oracle project. We're having to jack up Interstate 24 and run Cleveland Street under the interstate. It's about a $40 million project to support an over $1 billion investment in the state of Tennessee. In Blount County, the governor and his economic team helped recruit Smith & Wesson, their national headquarters and manufacturing facility, and I believe a visitor center museum are going to be constructed. We have about a $15 million project supporting that investment. And then Eastman Chemical, one of the largest chemical manufacturers in the country, headquartered in Kingsport, Tennessee. We've been working with them. They did about $1.5 billion investment in the state a couple of years ago, and we were working on a project with them, and their expansion keeps producing fruit, and they keep doing more, and so we needed to rethink how we were doing a project. So we've got about a $22 million project there. Those three projects at $77 million are just outside of our ability to fund in a $30 million program, obviously. So that's where we came up with the budget supplement. The Highway Partnership Program, as Commissioner mentioned, it's a deal for us if somebody says, hey, I'll put 20% toward a project on your road if you'll help us get it under contract sooner. So it's kind of like a 20% off coupon, if you will. We're getting local government and sometimes private sector investment and contribution to help us do improvements on the state highway system. We've identified 7 projects totaling $266 million. It's a very good deal for the state of Tennessee. In the rural areas, one of the things that Governor Lee has asked us to look at is how can we support economically distressed and at-risk communities across the state. So we looked at all of those counties across the state, and we asked our question, if I was going to recruit an industry to this county, how would they get there? And so if you have an industrial park in your county and somebody has to drive to the county, fly into Nashville or Memphis or somewhere, they drive to the community, they're driving down the interstate and they get off at an interchange that was built in the 1960s. It's very narrow. That's not the type of recruiting tool that we want. So we looked and came up with a dozen interchanges that from a minimum, just doing high mass lighting at some interchanges to the total reconstruction and improvements of the cross street on the road as well. So again, $176 million on about a dozen projects through there. Good, all three of these programs are solid economic recruitment tools. We believe they are job creators. The incidental creation of commercial retail jobs with truck stops, restaurants, and other businesses at these interchanges are going to really be a benefactor for the state of Tennessee.
All right, with that, Madam Chair, we'll turn it out for questions.
Thank you very much. We do have a list of questions,
God bless
beginning
you.
with Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner team. Good to have you guys here this morning. A couple of questions all related to the mega site. Last year, we appropriated $200 million to extend State Route 194 and the interchange there. How does that work with the Improve Act project list?
You want to go ahead?
Sure. So this project is very similar to the 3 economic development projects that I mentioned earlier. The Blue Oval site, as far as the recruitment of Ford, did not exist when we put the project listing together. One of the things that we understood when the Improve Act was written into law, that there would be opportunities that would come to the state of Tennessee that we would need to consider heavily on and capitalizing on, if you will. So the Blue Oval was done outside of the Improve Act, and so thus the special appropriation in the special session. We are working to be able to deliver all those projects within that budget, and hopefully we will, not have to go over that. We feel pretty confident that we're right on track to be able to do that.
Two more, Madam Chair, if I may. Does TDOT anticipate any environmental issues related to the Memphis Sand Aquifer and the proximity to this and that?
No.
Easy enough. That may have been the shortest answer we've had in any budget hearing I've been in. Thank you. Paul Diggs. And then last question related to the development of the Blue Oval site. What are the plans related to state routes, I-40 in terms of expansion? And once this is completed, what are we looking at years down the road? And what is the planning from TDOT related to the impact that that's going to have travel-wise in that community?
Let's ask Preston Elliott, our Bureau Chief over Planning Environment, to respond to that.
Preston Elliott, Chief of Environment and Planning. We have a number of plans that we've been undertaking throughout the years. Interstate corridor studies, for example, the I-40-81 corridor study we just completed last year. But speaking specifically to your questions about development in and around the site and what would transpire probably over the next 20 years, if you use Spring Hill as an example with the GM plant, thinking about how that area has grown relative to the initial investments, we're undertaking a number of planning studies. We'll be working in partnership with ECD. We have across the state our offices of community transportation planning. So we have 2 staff in each of our 4 regions, and so they work with city and county officials. So we'll be looking at I-40. We'll also be looking at the state routes in and around. Some movements is on the freight side, working with the Memphis Metropolitan Planning Organization. I hope that answers some of your questions.
You'd mentioned in your presentation earlier the Improve Act and the fact, we have additional dollars that now we're positioning towards those projects. Can you give us an update on the Improve Act? How many projects have been completed? Are they being completed on schedule? And with the new funding, how is that going to impact the scheduling? And how many projects are left to complete?
So sure. So right now, I believe, Paul, it's roughly 68% or either, I think it's 14% or so are completed. The remainder of that 68% are in process. So there's 32% that are still having to be, to go forward.
I believe 173 are now complete, primarily bridge replacement projects.
Okay. Primarily bridge replacement?
Yes, yes, sir.
And just, can you speak to, I think, Mr. Diggs, in your comments, you talked about the increasing cost in every aspect, and can you speak to what that's done to the cost, the projected cost to complete the rest of the improved projects?
So project prices are going up. And of course, we kind of anticipated that would happen. As Commissioner Galbato kind of put in his presentation, about $200 million of the IIJA dollars are new dollars that will go toward the typical type of projects that are identified in the Improve Act, both traditional capacity expansion projects and bridge replacement projects. Again, the governor put $100 million of one-time money in it. So, but we're still seeing, as I had kind of pointed out, the inflationary trends are impacting us. In general, we are making good progress getting projects out the door. It's been about 5 years, and we've got well over half of the projects well underway. And so about a third of them left to start on. So we're making pretty good progress, but we still are years out. It's probably 10 years at least before we'll be able to finish all the projects.
Right. So when what you might be referring to is what we talked about in our governor's hearing when we had his budget. And so remember, when we did the Improve Act, the need to get the projects done in 10 to 15 years was about $522 million. What we received was $244 million, but they were phased in and there was no indexing. So what we said in the governor's hearing was that, well, by getting about half of what we needed to get them done in 10 to 15 years, as well as not having indexing, we thought that 10 to 15 year time frame moves to be maybe 20 to 25. So our hope, as Paul just mentioned, with the extra $200 million of the IIJA, the hope is with the one-time money, with the $100 million from the governor, we start to move that needle more from the 25-year range down to 20. So that's where we kind of are trending at this point.
And I guess a related question, you have the squeeze, if you will, of the inflationary factors on the projects. Then you have we're transitioning slowly, but it seems to the numbers I've seen, they're accelerating from going from gas-powered vehicles to hybrid or electric. And we, with this body, we passed legislation, there's an increased registration fee for electric vehicles. But as we continue, as more and more people move to the electric vehicles, can you tell us if you had a crystal ball and you were looking into your crystal ball, how that would impact the funding going forward? And, is that something that this General Assembly needs to be, I guess, exploring very carefully, is how we fund roads going forward?
I think so. The answer is yes. So right now, as far as the impact of electric vehicles in Tennessee, it's pretty small. So in fiscal 21, we ended with about 9,100 vehicles. I think today we're somewhere around 12,000. It's still 0.2% of all of the vehicles in Tennessee. So there's not a major impact. If you look at, what the average car, what that car spends in gasoline, both federal and local state, it's about $300 a year. So if the current electric vehicles, we have that $100 fee on top of it, there's still a $200 disparity. So for the 9,100 vehicles, you're talking about $1.8 million. So yes, it's $1.8 million, but compared to a $3.2 billion budget, it's not even rounding. But we'd be foolish to think it's not going to get there. And so I know Preston's folks, and you may want to talk about, Preston, what you guys are trying to do to accelerate the number of electric vehicles and charging stations in the state.
Preston Elliott, Chief of Environment and Planning. So we've been working on alternative fuels for probably since the early 2000s, if you look at the E85 and the biofuels. Since 2016, we have really begun to look at all of the fueling source options that are available, whether we're talking about electric, compressed natural gas, propane, or liquefied natural gas. In 2016, we had one of our first routes designated, which makes it eligible for federal funding for electrification. The I-40 corridor is an example of that, but currently all of our two-digit interstates in the state currently meet the designation for an alternative fuel corridor. With the passage of the infrastructure bill, we are looking at about $13 million this year, $88 million over the next 5 years for electric vehicle infrastructure. The new guidance came out about a week and a half ago, requires us to have a plan in place by August of this year so that funding can be available by September. In 2021, we completed the I-40 deployment plan, working with North Carolina and Arkansas on alternative fuels. So we have been, as Commissioner Galbato has mentioned, we have been working pretty diligently to plan for the inevitable transition to different fueling types, working with TDEC as well as other organizations in the state. Currently, I think, as you said, Commissioner, about 12,000 pure electric vehicles. Those are the ones that are paying the $100 tag additional fee. I don't know if there's any other questions.
I think for this body, for this committee, and for the General Assembly as a whole, if you really think about what Commissioner Galbato said, we're subsidizing electric vehicles and their road use. Right now, it's a small problem, but as more and more vehicles, as more and more people move to electric vehicles, then we're either are going to have to rethink the way that we fund our roads, or we're going to have to be looking at adding more general fund dollars into the transportation bucket, something that we as a state, have not done in the past. TDOT has been self-sustaining, so to speak, with the exception of these large projects and, those kind of things. So again, I just think it's something that we as a body are going to have to address sooner rather than later, because 9,100 to 12,000, if you look at a trend line, then, and I think Chairman Williams had, in the Appropriations Committee, had some testimony and spent a whole hour one day talking about that whole issue. And it's just something that is going to, we're going to have to address it because we like being having the top infrastructure, being the best roads in the country. You can't continue to do that if you're not funding it properly. And I have one last question, and then I'll quit hogging this microphone and let other people ask. But we're talking about a lot of projects here, from the economic development projects that you mentioned, the 3 major ones. Then you've got your regular ECD projects that are just part of doing business. Then we're talking about putting additional dollars to try and move the Improve Act projects along the track a little bit faster. So what's that doing to your staffing needs, and do you have adequate staff to just manage that? And particularly looking at the fact that you have your funding sources may go, that you have a smaller pot of money, and then you get a big, assuming the feds do what they're supposed to, you have additional monies for a short time. So how is the staffing, are you able to manage that, or how are you addressing that issue?
So I'll start, Paul, if you have anything you want to chime in, because that's really under Paul's purview. We feel like we have adequate staffing at this point. You've probably heard us that we're trying to go through an EPIC initiative, try to relook at our different jobs. We're looking at our IPD, our integrated program delivery, to do things more efficiently. So I think we're staffed at an adequate level today, but what we do is if we have more activity than we can handle, we do have the consulting community to help us, and we have budgeted for that as well. I don't know if you want to.
So I mean, just Paul Deggs, I think Commissioners kind of said it correctly there. So for the roughly $1.3 billion we let the contract last year, a little over half of that work was designed by the consulting industry. So we have the ability, should dollars ramp up significantly for one-time money, grants or things of that we can tap the private sector to pull in. That's how our program kind of contemplates the world working. We want to make sure that we are staffed for our core competency. And as Commissioner mentioned, I think we're in a pretty good place to be able to make sure we have enough staff to deliver the big dollars that come to us. From a routine maintenance and those types of activities, we are, fighting with the private sector and others for employees every day of the week. So, we have enough staffing and positions, but it's always going to be a challenge as the salaries and grow in the private sector. It's going to be incumbent on us to continually look at, are we an employer of choice to where we can make sure we're paying people fairly so we don't have high turnover rates.
And a follow-up to that, as our local governments have gotten funding, some from the state, some from federal, to use, for their own road projects. So, and then I would assume that we're competing on a national basis because it's like broadband. Everybody is attempting to get broadband out there. Everybody's attempting to improve their infrastructure. So is that competition with contractors, is that limiting your capability, I guess, with contractors? Or are they busy elsewhere? Are they going to be able to, should you need them for design or whatever, to answer your call, or are they going to be tied up with other projects in other places?
So again, Paul Deggs, it's incumbent on the department to make sure that we are cognizant of where we're putting work out on the street. And so in general, our construction industry has a lot of capacity. I know we're still opening bids and awarding projects. And for instance, bridge replacement and bridge repair projects, we'll typically get between 4 to 6 bidders on those types of projects. That's showing me we have a lot of capacity out there in the construction industry. But certainly in certain areas of the state, if we pile on too much work in a certain geographic area, it's going to put the hurt on us. Typically, it's not the prime contractors that we're struggling with. It's some of the specialty items of work that subcontractors do. And we're trying to make sure that we're not overloading the market in those types of activities. But we still have plenty of capacity out there, we believe.
Thank you. Chairman Hawk. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you all. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work that you do across Tennessee's 95 counties. Through the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, I understand Tennessee is set to get $6.2 billion over 5 years. And does TDOT foresee any challenges with that in terms of project timelines or federal directives and how that money can be utilized? And also, will you be able to use these funds on current priorities, or will priorities have to shift based on some federal guidelines or something along those lines?
So we're excited by it, and I'm glad you made the comment that it's $6.2 billion over 5 years. I think a lot of people thought it was all coming to us like manna from heaven. It does allow us in that $6.2 billion. That's comparable to $4.5 billion on the FAST Act. So we're up about $1.7 billion over 5 years. $1 billion is coming in the core programs. So that's where we talked earlier about $200 million will help us toward our Improve Act projects to accelerate those. The other $700 million, about half of that, $300 million, is bridge money. And that will help us on our bridges. I think Paul's folks told us last week that it looks like it's going to be like core money as well. But the remaining piece of that, we still don't have eligibility. We don't have eligibility on Preston's infrastructure, electric infrastructure, the green initiatives, the resiliency. We don't have those yet. But the bulk of the increase in the IIJA will help us deliver those projects a little quicker.
Are there specific projects that TDOT plans to prioritize when using these funds?
So, again, Paul Diggs, we have a lot of opportunity. Certainly the core programs that the General Assembly put in statute in the Improve Act are a priority for us. Our safety program is growing. It's the Highway Safety Improvement Program is growing by about $12 million this year. So we'll identify good safety projects. The resiliency programs, we have a pretty healthy program that does rockfall mitigation and embankment, tries to prevent slides and things of that nature. So I think there's a lot of opportunity out there. But the prioritization that we do out there is we want to make sure we get all the dollars out the door and that we service communities in all 95 counties.
Thank you. And lastly, there was some flooding in my home county of Johnson County the other day, and I've reached out to the department, and I'm sure it will be addressed. But my general question is, in a situation like this where water is literally 1 to 3 feet deep, entirely or almost entirely across the state highway, and there's a creek involved nearby. Is there a timeline on rerouting of creeks in cooperation with TDEC? I mean, this sounds like it's going to be a rather deep situation. Thank you.
Again, Paul Diggs. So in general, TDOT does not do stream rerouting type activities. Typically, we find an engineering solution that will allow us to address the situation without having to do large environmental permitting projects. So I don't know the specifics of this location. One of the things that we are looking at from a resiliency standpoint is looking at, rainfall intensity and durations are changing. And so we have to be prepared for those. We have a transportation asset management plan, a TAMP, if you will, that we use to make sure that we're making the right investments. Resiliency is a piece of that. We want to make sure that our customers aren't stuck with long detours. And so we will look at all those locations. I'll do some follow-up on the specific location that you're speaking to make sure we've got a good plan to address route continuity in that area.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner and Mr. Deggs, for coming today. First of all, I think Chairman Zachary and I are a member of the Smith County Busted Windshield Caucus, so we appreciate you guys getting out there and getting to that pretty fast. It was the fastest turnaround I think I've ever had with contacting your office and getting people out there, and happy to say that the improvements were needed, obviously, for what you stated earlier about the unique challenges of the rain and freezing and changing weather. And so was really surprised that you were able to get out there that fast and make a remedy, not just for those that live in those communities, but for a lot of the people traveling east from here to get home. So just a quick question. I noticed that in Tasser we studied about litter a couple of weeks ago, and in there I noticed that there has been most of a portion of the litter monies was not used over the past 2 years, and particularly year before last because of COVID. Counties weren't able to implement all their measures as relates to picking up litter. Last year, I think there was $1.3 million of the litter fund that we didn't use, but I did notice this year the governor proposed an additional $4 million of monies into the litter fund. I guess the question is are there areas in our state where we don't have enough, or are we not deploying the capital to these counties? Can you speak to that a little bit? Or?
Again, this is Paul Deggs. I'll start, and I think all of us might have something to add. So keep in mind, we have multiple litter programs.
Mm-hmm.
The $4 million the governor's put in our budget, the commissioners asked that we put those into department litter programs where we have department staff and contracts doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
We also have litter grant programs through our beautification office.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the dollars that you're speaking to that were mentioned in the Tasser study. I know, Preston, if you want to kind of...
Preston Elliott, I don't have much more to add to that, but I mean, COVID was impactful because of the use of the volunteers, for sure, and we also make use of prisoners. So those were two parts that were impactful very early on.
Mm-hmm. One of the questions, I was delighted to see the additional revenue. I think one of the discussions that we had in Tasser, and it's my hope that we can continue the discussion, is there are many of our citizens who are given a cleanup letter from TDEC because they have a bunch of tires that were disposed on their property, or that someone else put on them. I guess the question is there any opportunity for you to use these new additional funds to collaborate with TDEC to find out if we could help offset some of the costs of the citizens who are trying to clean this property up? Or can that money only be used in the fashion that we've done before?
Again, I think it's very liberal how we do it. I mean, we can have Preston reach out to TDEC and find out if there's some coordination that we can do.
Well, based upon my understanding of research, TDEC will sometimes issue a violation to a property owner because of someone has dumped tires on them, and generally speaking, it's someone who's not following the used tire protocol, as you may say, and then these people find out that they have 250 tires or 500 tires on their property, and it costs them $60,000 to get them off their property. And of course, most of our citizens can't afford to pay someone to come clean up property which they didn't damage. And so if we could find a way to do that, I think it would be really good, not just for our environment and our roadways, but also help offset some of these costs where people have been, to no fault of their own, been dumped on. So,
yeah, Chairman, we'll look into that, Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. Thank all of you for being here today. Just for the benefit of understanding, back to Megasite Blue Oval, is the exit that you're building off the interstate, is that at the solar farm?
Again, Paul Deggs, no, sir, it's in the other direction. The State Route 222 is at exit 42.
42, okay.
The solar farm somewhere around 43-ish, 44 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
The exit we're building is at around mile marker 39 to the west.
And I'm trying to, in my mind, get where that is. There's no exit either way off that one right now, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir. There's no exit exists there currently. You might see a bunch of stakes and orange flags and stuff like that because we got a lot of surveying and investigations going on out there. But it's about mile marker 39 on I-40.
Okay, and is that where at 122, the new 122 is going to connect right there?
It's State Route 194 will, to the south, it'll connect on State Route 59, and to the north, it'll then come up, hit I-40 at mile marker 39, and then continue to the north to Highway 70, just the other side of the railroad tracks.
And Madam Chair, just one last quick question. Will you close exit 43, I believe, right now, where it is now? Will that exit be closed?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I've got a couple questions, if that's okay, to go back and forth. Commissioner, thanks so much for being here and your team. First thing, I live in Memphis and come up here every week and observe the I-40 portion that goes through Jackson and everything that's going on there. Can you just provide an update as to exactly what they're doing to the sides of the lanes that are open and then the current status? I understand it's a construction zone and it's very active. It's just, what exactly is going on there, please?
Again, Paul Degg. So the goal of this project is to widen the interstate through here, to have, I believe, 3 lanes in each direction. And so we're doing that by widening some to the inside, some to the outside. So the first thing that we did was we beefed up the shoulders a little bit, and we built that median barrier wall and drainage through there. And then we shifted the traffic over there. Now today, that left lane is, traffic is riding on what will, when we finish the project, will be the shoulder. So we shifted traffic over. Now where traffic used to be, we're tearing all that out, extending all the drainage structures, and we're widening to the outside. So later this year, you'll be able to see when we'll come back through, and the traffic will shift off of that median barrier wall by about 10 or 12 feet, where right now you're pretty close. I know it's a narrow section through there, but when we're done, you'll have roughly 12 feet from the wall to the yellow line on your left, and then 3 lanes, plus there will be some auxiliary lanes at the interchanges through there.
So just to make sure I understand you correctly, right now, the portion that we're driving on that's against the middle median, that's going to be the shoulder eventually, so the unevenness of that.
Correct. We also have, I know one of your counterparts and he took me for a ride through there, had some concerns about the quality. And we have a specification in our contract that we have to ride that with it's a profile machine that measures the lumpiness of it, if you will. And so it's going to have, they'll do what we call profile milling. They'll have a milling machine with a laser sight set up on it. And so they'll mill through there and to get it in a smooth plane, according to the plans, before they come back in and put the additional layers of asphalt through there. We acknowledge that it is a lumpy ride. It is a construction zone right now, though.
So none of that's happened yet?
No, sir. That's not the type of work you would do in the winter. And so what will happen is when we're able to shift the traffic back, when we get the outside work done, that's when they'll do that milling. We might have to do some spot work. I know, again, your contemporary up here took us out, and there's a couple of locations that we might have to come in there and do some spot improvements, probably starting between the middle of March and middle of April. But by and large, when we shift the traffic back away from the wall, we'll come through there and profile mill that and because it's not at the surface layers of asphalt right now. It's still at an intermediate layer.
two more questions, please. Quickly. Thank you. Shifting back to the litter situation. I know my colleague said that there's some grant money there that's left over, and I understand that, and that additional $4.5 million is going to be equally proportioned to each of the grant divisions. We've got a significant litter problem right now and graffiti problem along the 240 loop and the section of I-40 between Appling Road to the interchange in Shelby County. And I was just wondering what, if that original budget of the $20 million, is that also equally divided between the three divisions? How is that proportionate or divvied up? And do y'all also have contractors that are working on graffiti?
I mean, we have both, Paul. Do you have your information on that?
Yes, so again, our litter programs, like mowing and litter, are measured. We measure how many acres of grass we mow, and we measure how much we have to pick litter up. So to that extent, it is equivalent across the state. In the more urbanized areas, we have a sweeping and litter program. We did, starting this calendar year, in our mowing lettings we do our mowing and litter lettings in the fall of every year for the upcoming year. And so we did add a mowing cycle and add additional litter pickup. We are struggling in the big metropolitan areas with litter. There's just, since COVID, people have gotten to where a lot of stuff's out there, and a lot of blowout of trucks, stuff that's blowing out of the back of not just pickup trucks, but large trucks as well that we're seeing. So we do have a program to where we're trying to get out and cover everything, but it is a challenge. As far as graffiti, if somebody writes something filthy, we try to get out there ASAP. You know, if somebody writes "sup" or something like that on a bridge abutment, it's not as big a priority. We try to get to it when we can aggregate enough of that, but just to do a spot painting, we typically only do that when it's a vulgarity that's out there.
Thank you.
Final question, Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'll give you all a whoop whoop, I guess, for the filling the potholes. That I've never gotten so many emails or so many people upset about something so quickly. But my question is to the road projects in particular, and some of my cities I'm seeing that are state-funded highways where we eliminate a lane of traffic and add bike lanes, walkways. Can you speak to that process just real quickly? Because I do have some concern and have some constituents that get upset about how that process is approved and who makes those decisions.
Sure. And I think I'd like Preston to take a stab at that here.
Yeah, okay. Preston Elliott. So it depends on the type of project, if it's a widening or if it's a resurfacing. If we're referring to, let's say, a resurfacing, we work with the local community and we'll go through a process of looking at what's called a road diet. And on the road diet, we'll do an analysis to look at the traffic impacts. I'm not 100% sure if you're referring to a particular, like a widening project, or if it's a resurfacing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, specifically, I guess 431 coming into downtown Franklin. I know we lost a lane of traffic for some bike lanes, and a lot of my constituents were upset because those bikes, as much as that's a small group and they're very loud, I just believe that, roads were built for cars, and I hate to lose a lane of traffic for bikes on Sunday afternoon.
So again, this is Paul Degg. So I think one of the things that we have to consider is TDOT was created in 1915, and transportation arteries predate the department. So under state law, and I'm not talking about interstates, but under state law, a road is both a city street and a state highway. The particular project that you're referring to is not a TDOT project. It is a project that the city of Franklin has let to contract. We see this scenario happen across the state. We do try to work with communities, but ultimately we don't have 100% veto power on these types of projects. And So from time to time, we hear these things. I think I do need to say that the transportation network does have multiple users, and we as an agency are trying to accommodate cars, buses, trucks, bicycles, pedestrians, kids on roller skates. So we are trying to make sure that we look at all modes through there. There are times where you have trade-offs, and one of the things that we try to look at is it does not appear appropriate to us to eliminate a traffic lane for vehicles, for bikes, pedestrians, and other modes, if you are already at a capacity that the facility can't carry. So that's the type of engineering and planning work that we're trying to do to make sure those questions are being asked before somebody narrows something down inappropriately, in our opinion.
And back to the Jackson issue, can you give us a timeline on the completion for that project?
Again, Paul Deggs, I'll have to follow up. I know the project's moving along pretty well. I believe it's probably the spring of 2023, but let me follow back up with the committee on the actual completion date on the project.
All right, so my colleagues can plan this session and next to continue to deal with that. Representative Lynn, you said you have a brief question.
Thank you for being with us, Commissioner, and to your entire team, and thank you for everything you do. Just very briefly, the Adopt a Highway programs, I wouldn't think they would be permitted to, but are they allowed to remedy maybe the graffiti if it's at a level, not across the bridge, of course, but at a level where they can reach it, and maybe there's a state recommended paint for them to remedy that, or a cleaner. If you could just answer that. And I'm not saying that this would be proposed legislation, but I was just wondering if they might be able to remedy something like that.
Representative, we're going to have to get back to you. We're shaking our heads. We don't know. The assumption would be Adopt a Highway would be just people with bags picking up trash, but we will find that answer for you.
All right, thank you all again for being here today. Thank you for making sure that the roads in Tennessee are among the best in the country. We do appreciate the work and the forethought that goes into that. I would encourage all of us, I know I get as many emails about litter as almost anything else. So again, as we hopefully gear back up, have more of those volunteer folks out there, working those projects, to do things on the back end, but if there's anything that you can help us think creatively about in decreasing the litter that goes out on the front end, we'd certainly be amenable to hearing to that as well. But again, thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for taking the time to be with us here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
Next, we have the Public Utility Commission. We'll ask them to come forward. And I do apologize, we are running over, so I'm going to ask if you can go through your presentation as quickly as possible so we get to questions. That'd be really helpful. Thank you. Good morning. It's afternoon. Please continue.
Okay. This is Tennessee Public Utilities Commission. Madam Chair Hazelwood and members of the committee, it is an honor to come before you today and present the Tennessee Public Utilities budget. My name is Herb Hilliard, and I am Vice Chairman of the Commission. Chairman Hill had hoped to be here today, but he's home recovering from an accident. So he's doing well. He is doing well, but unable to travel due to his injury. Joining me today to my right is Earl Taylor, our Executive Director of TPUC, And to my left is Tim Schwartz, Director of Communications. I'm going to provide an overview of the commission as well as share our proposed fiscal year 22-23 budget and highlight some of the commission's activities. The Tennessee Public Utilities Commission in various forms has been in existence since 1897. Predecessor agencies of the current commission include the Tennessee Regulatory Authority, the Tennessee Public Service Commission, and its earliest form, the Tennessee Railroad Commission. The commission is responsible for the oversight of investor-owned public utilities that provide natural gas, electric, water, and wastewater services to over 1 million Tennesseans and residential consumers and 60,000 commercial and industrial customers. The General Assembly has charged the agency with ensuring that the utilities under its jurisdiction provide safe, reliable, and essential utility services at rates that are just and reasonable. The process by which reasonable rates are established is comprehensive and transparent. Discovery, pleadings, and deliberations are conducted in accordance with the State Uniform Administrative Procedures Act. Public notice and participation are vital components in determining a reasonable rate of return that is in the best interest of the utilities and the customers it serves. The Commission worked with all the stakeholders and promulgated rules and regulations to update the acquisition, review, and approval process. Our hope is that the updated rules will result in mutually beneficial acquisition for all existing and future customers, as well as all the utilities involved. The Commission also plays an important role in ensuring the safe and reliable distribution and transmission of interstate natural gas pipeline facilities within our great state. Our Gas Pipeline Safety Division conducts annual audits of natural gas providers and perform intrastate gas pipeline safety instructions. We inspect over 40,000 miles of distribution and transmission lines that provide service to over 1.1 million Tennesseans. We are pleased with the passage of last year's bill to improve our underground utility damage prevention program, which helps to further our mission to ensure safe and reliable utility service to Tennesseans. The Commission also considers applications filed by utilities seeking to provide new or expanded utility service within the state. Analysis of these applications include a thorough review of the technical, managerial, and financial ability of the service provider to provide service and determination that such service is in the public interest. The Commission also serves as a forum to receive consumer complaints against regulated entities and facilities, the applicable resolution of those complaints. Although its jurisdiction over telecommunications service providers is limited, the agency continues to resolve disputes between telecommunications service providers and administers 2 consumer programs geared toward assisting the disabled community in Tennessee, the Telecommunications Devices Access and Relay Program, and the Deaf Blind Equipment Distribution Program. And last year, but not least, we oversee the state's Do Not Call program. The Commission is unique in state government in that we're one of a number of self-funded entities, meaning that we do not receive any funds from the state's general fund. Our proposed budget is a continuation of our fiscal year 21-22 budget with no new funding requests. It is funded through a dedicated mix of fees collected from regulated entities, federal reimbursements, and reimbursements from state and private entities for expenses related to service provided by the agency. The proposed fiscal year 2023 budget for the Commission is $9,683,300. This reflects approximately $8.7 million in state fees that we collect from the people we regulate and $992,000 in federal reimbursement grants. The state fees derive primarily from the utilities under our jurisdiction and revenue dedicated to supporting communication services for the hearing impaired. Federal grants support the Gas Pipeline Safety Program, the Deaf Blind Equipment Distribution Program, and a portion of the Underground Utilities Damage Prevention Program. We appreciate the opportunity to present our budget today and highlight our agency's effort to improve the lives of Tennesseans. As I said earlier, our budget is basically the same this year as it was last year, with no new funding requests, and that we do not receive any funds from the general fund.
Thank you. We're always glad to hear from people who aren't asking for money from us. That's really nice. We do have questions. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I echo her comments. So thank you for coming, not asking for more money today. We appreciate it. My question involves the Underground Utility Damage Enforcement Board. I believe you all are aware it was created in 2015, and I was curious if you could provide an update as to the operations of the board. Has there been a decrease in the instances of underground utility damage since the establishment of the board? And then finally, are more people using the 811 system? So if you could enlighten us on that, I would appreciate it.
I'll get a response from Mr. Schwartz over here.
Okay, thank you very much.
My name's Tim Schwartz. I'm Director of Communications for the Public Utility Commission. Thank you for that question. It is a relatively new board. We average about, I think, 200 complaints per year. I think it's starting to go up as we have more digging taking place. The economy's moving along pretty well. So our folks are getting a little busier processing some complaints. So I think in the next year or so, you'll see that number go up a little bit more. But it's been working pretty well. Last year, the legislation did a few things that increased some of the penalties that gets us into compliance with the federal government, which is helpful. And so that fund is going to go up a little bit in some of the fees we may collect from that enforcement. But those funds will be turned around and used for grants to improve public safety. So we're in the process of getting that underway.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Representative Lynn.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here with us today. I just have a question. On the deaf blind equipment distribution program, actually over the years, I've had a couple of constituents call me with asking for help with that, and the agency has helped them tremendously, so I appreciate that. But we noticed that the commission budgeted $189,000 in funding from the FCC for the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, but only received $42,000 in FY 2021. Was the operation of the program affected in any way by that reduction in funding? And what was the reason for that? Perhaps were there fewer users, or what was that?
Are you familiar with that? Or do you want me to?
Tim Schwartz again with the Utility Commission. I think there's been, as technology has changed, I think there's been some changes in the usage of that program, but I'd like to be able to check back and follow up with you a little bit later when I can get more clarification on that.
Okay, great. Maybe we need to modernize the program or something like that so we can find that out. Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. We appreciate you coming in and giving us an update. My question is around revenue. Do you see any major funding challenges coming in the near future for the commission, perhaps maybe through changes in federal funding or potential increases in expense?
Well, we don't see any at this time. Like I said, most of ours come from our fees and the federal money, which is about right at $1 million, which we use for glass pipeline and those other programs. Don't see any changes at this time. And of course, in the future, we're not sure whether new programs will come out either from the federal level or that we would do. But if it relates to the companies that we regulate, then the appropriate fees would be imposed to take care of that.
Can I ask?
Representative Shaw.
Thank you. Just one more quick question. I'm looking at the list of items you have here in your budget, and I notice when it says telemarketing registration fees do not call program, like $269,800. How's that charged, and who pay those fees, if I could ask that question?
Yeah. Mr. Schwartz will answer that.
Thank you, Representative Shaw. That is a program designed for the telemarketers. It's a registration program. If they want to access the do not call list, they need to register with the Utility Commission, and that's a set fee by statute that they pay.
Chairman Williams.
Your answer just stimulated a thought. Unfortunately, isn't the nature of a do not call list not to give the list? I know it seems like every week I'm getting a call and having to tell somebody I'm on the do not call list. So are we selling the do not call list?
You want me to do it, or you going to do it? What that does, it allows people who do want to call people to check to see if the people on their list are on the do not call list, so they do not call them.
So let me see if I understand correctly. The people who are playing nice
Yeah.
have to pay for access to the do not call list. People who don't pay, they just call me anyway.
That's exactly right.
There's something perverse in that, but we'll.
Well, unfortunately, technology has made it so that, I mean, they can just randomly call numbers, and not even know who it belongs to. I wish I could tell you that there's an answer to it. I personally believe it's at the telecommunications providers to solve the problem.
Well, it obviously is a problem, as all of us in the audience, anybody listening, I don't know how many, my car is almost 10 years old and has 150,000 miles on it, and people still want to sell me a warranty, which I probably should let them do.
Well, I just tell them I don't own a car. Why are you even calling me?
But at any rate, that is a huge issue, and my mother is 95, almost 96, lives in another state, but the issue is the same. She has the landline, and all day long she's getting up and down to answer her phone for, those kinds of calls. So it definitely is an issue.
One of the newer ones, I don't know whether you all get them. They want to buy your house.
Oh yeah. I do have a question. I know that you all, a large part of the work that you do is with the gas industry, natural gas, in our state. And we have seen tremendous increase in those prices, and, we're all seeing that on our bills. My gas bill this past month was higher than, it's ever been before. I'm not even home. And I know, again, you don't regulate the pricing that's set by the market, but in terms of the companies that you do oversee, what kind of requests are you getting for rate increases based on their increased distribution cost and labor cost and all of the other things that they have to deal with on a daily basis?
Where's David? David Foster, who runs our utilities division of TPUC, is going to respond to that.
Mr. Foster, welcome.
Thank you. As with most industries, inflation, materials, labor costs, they do increase. Our big companies, like the natural gas companies, they all have alternative regulatory mechanisms which they come in annually, and sometimes it's an increase, sometimes it could be a decrease to the distribution rates. But what that does, it gives us an annual review of their costs so we can stay on top of it, as opposed to a company that doesn't come in for several years and comes in for, 20 or 30% increase. But it is something we do monitor even in times when they are not asking for increases, and we do look at the prudency of those costs, see how much they are increasing, and times we do disallow costs very often that the companies ask for.
Also, Madam Chairman, I'm sure you're aware that we only regulate investor-owned use. So if you've got public utilities or co-ops, we do not regulate them.
Yes, understood. Again, I just know that everybody's costs are increasing, the cost of energy, and with what's happening in the world, that's not going anywhere but up any time in the near future. So we appreciate your diligence and your oversight. Mr. Hilliard, thank you for being here today. We certainly, please give Commissioner Hill our regards and our wishes for a speedy recovery. But you did an admirable job, and you can tell him that we said so.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for being here.
Well, I got to see my old friend, Mr. Shaw, too.
Finally, on our schedule today, we have our treasured treasurer. I believe my former representative, Rick Tillis, coined that phrase. So in his honor, we will welcome the treasured treasurer and his team to the podium. And Mr. Treasurer, we would ask that you would not be intimidated by the fact that you are between us and lunch, but you, but we would ask you to just go ahead with your presentation at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to introduce Kevin Bradley, CPA and CFA, who's the first Deputy Treasurer to my right here, and Rick DeBray on my left here, CPA is the Deputy Treasurer for Support Services. And we're pleased to be here today on behalf of the Treasury Department. You should have, let's see, if we've given out the little one sheet. Okay, everybody should have one of these little one-pagers that gives the Treasury Department at a glance about all of our programs, and it notes at the top of that sheet that Treasury manages or has oversight currently on any given day of approximately $99.2 billion. So we've got a little bit going on each day on your behalf and everything on behalf of Tennesseans. That one-sheeter is a high-level overview. It's taken from our annual report dated June 30, 2021. It's been sent to you electronically this last fall. I'll point out to members that if you would like copies of this to use at any meetings that you're at or anything like that, we'll be happy to do that. Treasury's economic impact to the state was over $12.3 billion for the fiscal year into June 30, 2021. I also want to note that the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement System, TCRS, it was 50 years old this year, from 1972 to 2022. The system was originally founded as 6 different systems back in 1948, but it was consolidated in 1972. Governor Winfield Dunn signed the Consolidated Retirement Act of 1972, passed by the General Assembly, that combined the administration and investments of 7 separate pension plans into the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement System. The previous separate systems were the Teachers' Retirement System, the State Retirement System, the Judges' Retirement System, the Attorney General's Retirement System, and 3 retirement systems for county-paid judges, county officials, and public service commissioners. TCRS is now, as a result of that action, one of the strongest public pensions in the country. It literally was one of the events that put us on the path to where we are today, to being one of the best funded systems. So we celebrate 50 years of financial security and stability for the TCRS, and also positive impact that TCRS provides for Tennessee and its citizens. For us to better understand the financial contributions TCRS has provided with Tennessee, we worked with the Boyd Center for Business and Economic Development Research at UT Knoxville on an economic impact study that was sent to you this morning electronically. The report, titled Economic Impact of the TCRS Defined Benefit Plan on Tennessee, finds that retirement benefits paid by TCRS increase gross domestic output, result in job creation, and increase state and local tax collections. The report demonstrates that for every dollar paid in benefits by TCRS, $1.86 is generated in spending inside Tennessee. Tennessee paid retirement benefits, or TCRS paid benefits of more than $2.87 billion in FY21, and more than 92% of all TCRS retirees live in Tennessee. The report shows how the 1.86 multiplier results in estimated gross output of $4.93 billion of expenditures within the state. The Treasury Department's total budget request for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 is $60,330,500, consisting of $6.34 million, or 11%, funded from state appropriations, and $53.98 million, or 89%, funded from revenues generated by the department. The Treasury Department's operating cost is primarily funded through fees generated from earnings on investments managed by the department and from a component of the contributions made by employers, participants, and agencies in the various programs administered by the department. The governor's proposed budget includes the following 4 cost increases requested by the Treasury Department. First, the Ignition, Interlock, and other electronic monitoring industry assistance funds, which we refer to as EMIF, in the total amount of $3.55 million, funded by $2.55 million of general state appropriations and matching revenues in the amount of $1 million from the approximately 40 counties that intend to participate in the EMIF program. It should be noted that except for approximately $300,000 of recurring dedicated state revenues from the DUI conviction fee and a few other fees, the EMIF program is currently funded in the budget on a non-recurring basis. Second in these items is a non-recurring amount of $400,000 that we request to conduct a job analysis and salary market study of Treasury positions, and a recurring amount of $1.2 million to implement market salary adjustment recommendations resulting from that study. Treasury continues to compete with both the private and governmental sectors for talented professional employees, and it is becoming increasingly more difficult for Treasury salaries to be competitive. The third is for a recurring amount of state dollars in the amount of $327,500 for additional funding to bring the Office of the State Architect, or what we know as the OSA, to an appropriate level to carry out the responsibilities that have been assigned to it. The OSA was transferred to the Treasury Department from F&A in 2016 and is funded completely from recurring state appropriations currently. The OSA had received prior one-time funding from capital projects in FY 2013, 2014, and 2016 for the establishment of various programs. This funding, however, ceased prior to OSA transferring to Treasury, leaving the recurring budget for OSA insufficient to support the additional recurring demands of these programs and the OSA's ability to provide the desired level of support to the State Building Commission, state procurement agencies, designers, contractors, as well as the state's real estate portfolio that continues to experience growth in various sectors. Fourth and last is the recurring amount of $150,000 funded from the Tennessee Stars College Savings 529 program participant fee revenue to better align the program's recurring base budget to the actual projected program costs. This is basically just truing our expenses, or the revenues rather, up with the expenses of the program generated from its own revenue. I also just want to note a couple other things quickly in our budget. The Risk Management Fund that we run, we had asked for a non-recurring state appropriation of $6,800,000 to capitalize the state's captive entity for cyber insurance liability. This is an area that's become very, very volatile in the state's insurance coverage, and not only in terms of cost, but also in terms of what coverage you can get out of commercial carriers. We proposed, and the General Assembly has previously approved, us moving into a self-insurance mode through a captive insurance entity in this area, and we look forward to doing that based on this appropriation. In the unclaimed property area, a cost increase for a recurring amount of $4,250,000 is requested to adjust the base budget to the appropriate amount to cover administrative cost portion of the program only. This again is from program revenues. Also, the TCRS Retirement Administration replacement. There's a bill, SB 2152, HB 2273, that was introduced to authorize TCRS to pay for the cost of replacement system development and implementation and technology improvements from the earnings of the Tennessee Retiree Group Trust, or the investment vehicle for TCRS. So that's also something that will be before you. And the non-recurring general state appropriation to the TCRS legacy plan was proposed by the governor in his budget in the amount of $350 million. And lastly, I'll mention just the termination of the BEST prepaid plan. You know from prior remarks I've made, this was a goal of the department ever since I've been here for 13 years, to terminate this program that had unlimited tail liability to the state. We have done that now. We're asking that the net assets of that plan be transferred to and made available to the College Savings Fund. With that, Madam Chair and members, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for a very succinct report, particularly when you realize that we're talking about $100 billion worth of oversight. We divide that per second. That's a lot of money, but thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Williams, you have first on my question list.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Very sobering comments. But Treasurer, thank you for the hard work you're doing. Last year, the Tennessee General Assembly added some additional dollars for our unfunded liabilities as it related to retirement. This year, the governor's put $300 million, I think as it relates to OPEB, and $350 million in there as it relates to retirement. I guess the question is after, if the General Assembly sees fit to go ahead forward with this $650 million, where would that put us in standing as it related to these unfunded liabilities in these two categories?
Well, it would improve it because among the legacy plans, the state plan is about 102% funded now, roughly. The teacher legacy plan is more funded. It's around 116%, I think. So there's a dichotomy between those two plans that would help us improve the funding of the state and higher ed retirement legacy plan. That's the main area for it.
Just to clarify, those would be the funding percentages after the 300.
No, the current funded status for the teacher legacy plan is 116.1%, and for the state legacy plan currently it's 103.3% funded. So we would primarily seek to improve the state legacy plan. State and higher ed is what it is, legacy plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your comments, Treasurer Lillard. I guess when TCRS investments do better than expected, then that means that different departments don't have to contribute as much. Can you explain maybe how that would work with a budget like the Department of Education's budget? Are we reducing their base budget because TCRS investments have done, or when they do better than expected?
Well, in most cases, Chairman, it results in less of an increase to the appropriation that's sought is what occurs. So, you know, the earnings that we had from last year, which were phenomenal, they're the highest, among the highest we've ever had in the history of the pension system, around 25%. That would reduce the amount of the increase that, you know, we're seeking this particular year. So that's the immediate effect of that. Of course, also an immediate effect is those earnings go to help better fund the system on the actuarially funded percentages that I just read. So those are the two primary impacts.
Okay, and if I could ask just one more question. Retirees who are receiving TCRS retirement benefits, I suppose most of them get some kind of cost of living adjustment. I think it's probably 2 or 2.5%. I think most of the different plans, most of the local plans provide that, maybe not all. Is that amount ever adjusted upward when we have higher than usual rates of inflation?
Yes, for our plans, it's tied to the consumer price index, increase in the consumer price index, and it goes up and it goes down. The COLA does, you're depending on that to a maximum of 3%. Our plan, legacy plan, for instance, specifies maximum of 3% COLA. Mm-hmm.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Treasurer, and your staff. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all that you all do for the state of Tennessee and the money that you all manage. It's what a task, and you do it very well. You mentioned both my questions in your opening remarks. One is the captive insurance program, and not that we need a very technical definition, but possibly those folks that are hearing my voice don't know what the captive insurance plan is. So if you wouldn't mind just kind of telling us what that is. And then secondly, my question is really around what that program is doing. You mentioned the $17 million that was appropriated non-recurring for the captive insurance program. So can you provide us an update for that program, and then which programs are within the captive program, and then obviously what savings have been provided to the state of Tennessee for the captive program?
Let me start off, and Stephen Summerall is Assistant Treasurer for that area. We'll talk about this a little bit. The first thing is the definition of a captive. Captive insurance company is a creature of state law in Tennessee and many other states that in effect allows a qualifying entity to form an entity that goes directly to the market and procures insurance at whatever level in the market. In other words, instead of going to an insurance agent and asking for a quote on a policy or whatever else, This entity has authority under the insurance laws of the state to go directly to reinsurers in the market or other aftermarket insurance companies and dealing directly with them. So it, in effect, cuts out the middleman and allows us to negotiate our own policy terms and premiums and everything. So that flexibility means a good deal of dollars, especially when you're talking about huge exposures like the state has, you know. Steve Summerall, would you explain the rest of the representative's questions there?
Yes, sir. Steve Summerall, Assistant Treasurer for Program Services. Last year, there was an appropriation of $17 million to help us in our most immediate need, which was our property program. Our property program over the last 4 to 5 years, the insurance premium, the insurance market hardened significantly, and our premiums went from less than $10 million to up to $20 million right now. And so we were looking for avenues in which to get remedies to that, and the captive was a solution for that. And so last session, the appropriation was $17 million, was going to help us establish a $25 million captive. That was just the monies that were needed to facilitate the capitalization of it. In terms of where we are right now, it is going to be launched. We're in the process of launching it right now. We issued an RFP to get a broker and captive manager, and that's been completed. And so we are in the throes of a kickoff right now and getting that set up. So we should have that in place before July 1, well before July 1, and be able to have the property program in place, as well as if the funding is approved for the cyber liability as well.
Thank you, and you've led me right to my next question regarding Brit Global, which I believe is planning on getting out of this space, probably because the collected premiums are outweighing what they're paying on that. Insurance companies don't like to pay as much as they possibly can. So the budget, I believe, is $6.8 million for this particular coverage, and with them leaving the market, my question is around that. Given the increased instances of cyber attacks in the public entities, can you all provide us with some information on why moving the cyber liability under the captive insurance program is the best course of action?
Steve, you want to
Yes, sir, because the Brit Global is our current carrier for cyber, and they alerted us and our broker at our last renewal that there was a chance they were exiting the market altogether. I don't think at that time they were looking for any new business. They were, trying as best they could to sustain their existing business, one of which was us. But they alerted us to the fact that there may not be any coverage in the next renewal. And so we felt like we had about $10 million of coverage, which was not as much as we would like to have, but under the market conditions, that's about as much as we could get. And so the captive was a solution for us to have that at least $10 million baseline coverage in the event that there is no coverage. We only had one carrier bid in the last rebid, and that was Brit. No one else touched us. So we were looking for alternative solutions because otherwise it would be an exposure for the state.
More than any other area, cyber is the one that has changed adversely to the state and to every other person. It's not just us, but out there in the market, the premiums have literally gone out of sight, and the coverages have largely evaporated, where you're paying a lot of money for not just a whole lot of coverage. And that's true of individuals. If you try to buy some kind of cyber type coverage for your small business, so it's a tough market. That's the reason we formed this captive for cyber purposes. And of course the state and higher ed and all the other related entities that we manage risk for have tremendous exposure in that area. So
good deal. Thank you all very much for that. Really appreciate it.
Treasurer, I want to go back to follow up on Chairman Williams' question. With the $300 million that is currently in the governor's budget for the OPEB, and with the $350 million for TCRS to deal with unfunded liabilities, if I understood you correctly, we're currently, before this, we're in excess of 100% funding. With these dollars, what percentage of funding will we be in each of those respective categories?
Madam Chair, I don't know that we've calculated that, but at this particular point, we can get that for you, projected calculation on it. But I would imagine that it's not going to, for instance, bring the state legacy plan up to equal the teacher plan at 116%. It's going to be someplace in between those two numbers where it is right now at 103%. So it would increase it, but it's not necessarily going to place it above the teacher plan.
And of our sister states, what do their liabilities in these similar categories? Where do we stand in relationship to sister states in funding our retirement liabilities?
Well, and also I'll be happy to get you information and send it to every member of the committee on other states around us. I don't have that right here today, but suffice it to say, we are currently, according to Pew Charitable Trust and their research, we're the third best funded pension system in the nation currently on the numbers that I've read to you and everything. So.
And that's prior to this infusion.
That's right. That's right. Prior to this infusion. I will comment that, and anytime you get above 100% in pension plan, then everybody wonders whether we need to put any more money in, et cetera, et cetera. My answer to that is, in these volatile times, given the fact that the gross liability of the plan is the largest liability that the state has by far, we would do well to put more money in my view, the money that's been proposed in the governor's budget.
You're reading our collective minds, no doubt.
Right.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, and kudos to you for just being the person who blew our minds today as it relates to the employment benefits. I guess the question would be, as a former city councilman, there was a concern that post-employment benefits were underfunded a decade ago at the local level. Can you speak to where are the average or where we are as it relates to local governments? I guess my point is if we're running at 108% in these areas, and yet our locals are not funded, or are they funded better now than they were a decade ago?
Yeah, and the numbers that I read are ones from the TCRS. That's not OPEB numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the OPEB is an area that's administered by the Comptroller's Office and F&A, Finance Administration. We do not in Treasury have oversight over OPEB, except from the standpoint that we invest the funds that are in the OPEB trust that y'all have put into the trust in the past and would put it in the future. That infusion that the governor has proposed in that, I think, is appropriate because we're not as well funded in that item as we are in TCRS currently. As to your local government question, as you know, under the law in Tennessee, it's up to each individual entity, local government entity, as to whether they have an OPEB trust. Many of them do have one and have funded it to varying degrees. Some of them are well funded, some of them are not well funded. And then we have some other entities that are still kind of on a pay-as-you-go basis, which means they don't have a trust. So it just depends. We can get you a list if you'd like.
Chairman Williams.
So is there I feel like this is like the rainy day fund. Is there a number somewhere, as the Treasury would say, this is a good percentage to be at? Is it 110%? Is it 125%? Obviously, it'd be great if it was 125% and it was all based upon the prowess of the investments that your team has done over time and grown it. But I guess the question is there a percentage where we're comfortable saying that we've done all we can do and this is good?
Well, we're not at that percentage right now. I can say that, Chairman. I think that a further infusion is appropriate because, again, taking into account the factors that this is the largest liability the state manages, the pension system is, and the fact that it is such a long lead liability in terms of its historical horizon, our liabilities will extend out 50 years plus. It's not like a 20-year note that you're going to pay off in 20 years. It's a 50-year item. And over that time period, if we knew that investment returns would always be equal to or in excess of our assumed rate of return percentage for the system, then I'd be fine to say, yeah, we could just stop right here. But given that we can't say that, we don't know that, because the system, if you look at our nominal return, we have had some years where we've been negative on our returns, and we've had others where we've been, like this last year, we've been wildly successful on the positive side. So without having a crystal ball in that regard, it's hard to say, but at this point in time, I'm quite confident we would do well to put in, if we have the money available in the General Assembly's judgment, that money the governor has proposed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, we did do additional monies into the TCRS system. And if you'll help me remember what percentage we were funded at the time, and I'm not sure that maybe we realized that those dollars were going to put us over the 100% level, but
I'd have to look it up. I don't remember right offhand unless someone else does. Do you remember, Jamie, what our number was? Come on up here at the table and sit up here. This is Jamie Wayman, CPA, who's the director of the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement System.
Thank you. At the time, I believe we were under 100% slightly. I think that the thing that brought us over in the numbers that the treasurer is quoting is the market value of assets. So that included all of the 25% or almost $13 billion that was added to the plan during fiscal year 21. So I think if we hadn't had a 25% return with which translates to $13.6 billion, we were under 100% funded at that time when those monies were dedicated to TCRS.
and again, as I recall, and I've slept many times since then, but I think one of the reasons for doing that too was the actuarial long-term expectations of the experts that we rely on were for lower returns on investment. That obviously didn't happen in this past year, but sooner or later, I suppose they'll be right. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Wayman. Appreciate that. Based upon your testimony, was the $250 million, Jessica in the back killed it, $250 million we put in last year for TCRS. Is that money calculated in the investment growth, or is it set aside? For instance, it's not.
It's not
Okay.
part of the investment.
I just had a question about that because that $250 million, if we put 300 in this year, then we could expect the movement to be similar to what it was last year as it relates to percent change.
Well, that would depend on what your earnings are, for instance, this year that we're currently in, because to give you an example, we had a 25% return last year, phenomenal year, as I said. But given what's going on right now in Ukraine and in Europe, if that doesn't go well, we could be looking at a loss equal to that amount, you know. So you just never, these are extremely volatile times that we're now in, and it can change on a dime on you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you again for your presentation, and thank you all for watching so carefully over the pocketbooks of all Tennesseans, particularly those who are invested in our various retirement plans across the state. You do a great job, and we're all indebted to you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Without objection, we are back in session, and Representative Shaw, your motion is taken. We are adjourned.